believe that we can scale the numbers down. I think we should be able to work around a total of 60 ministers. The ultimate factor for delegates to decide as to who should be the person to occupy the position, and in this case, the flag bearer will not be monetary inducement. There are about 208,000 people who are delegates and who will be voting to elect the flag bearer. How much can you give to each of the 208,000 delegates?
Obi said he has won.
I'm sure Atiku says he has also won.
So if two people are saying they've won, one of them must be lying or both of them are lying.
They didn't rig the election, they stole it. Because rigging is what they normally do. But this time it was stolen because people have voted and they have tallied the results. And all of a sudden it changes.
And I've said it categorically several times. I've analyzed it to people several times. Me and we have spoken on phone several times. And I've told him that 1, 2, 3, 4. These are places you can never. I don't say that he won't win. I said he can never win this 2023 election.
Tinubu is almost half out. His age is old. It's not. We shouldn't be sentimental on this matter.
The Americans have a president who's over 70 years though.
Tinubu is not 70 years.
How old
Tinubu
is
is not 80 years. Listen, go and take machine and check his age.
How old is he?
Now, if Tinubu is 70 years, maybe he's very sick.
So you think he's doctored his age?
Did I think that? The way he looks, because at least if you look at me, I say, I'm 25. Will you agree with me? Can I tell you that I'm at 25 now, you agree with me?
Now, me. Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. People got send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy akofino download to Lemonade Finance.
My name is Baraka Fathia Pelpu, and I'm in class 5. I'm 11 years old. I'm bringing to you points that should be noticed in Ghana. There should be aquators provided in places where there's no water to promote hygiene in those various parts. Law should be stated that all sports cars should be seized. Abandoned lands to be given to the Forestry Commission if the land has not been attended for more than 12 years. There should be more trees planted every day. In every society, every kiosk will be seized and replaced with an apartment, which will be the same price as a normal kiosk, which will lower or decrease the chances of dying by flood. On every Saturday, experts will try and clean the gutters and surroundings with the help. This gets people employed. There should be hospitals and schools in Ghana. Cocoa farmers will be cherished all over Ghana. All our debts should be paid. Around Ghana, there should be air filters everywhere. You would pay a fine of 10 cedis when you throw rubbish on the ground. There should be new employees for sanitation officers, police, soldiers, and doctors, inter alia. All market squares should be maintained well and properly to avoid diseases. There should be books provided in community libraries. Tourist sites should be maintained very well. Children at the age of 18 and below should be taken off the streets. if seen wayward. More mental hospitals should be built to help the people on the streets with mental illnesses. All children should be vaccinated from the 5 killer diseases for free. Food and items should be donated to schools and all orphanages. Jail should be a punishment, but not a point that prisoners who suffer greatly. Protect all the animals in the sea every day from DDT. Imprison all the corrupt policemen. Donate money to the places that need help. Create dams to prevent vast floods. There should be a need to recycle in Ghana. The immigration services should not stop people who need help from other countries.
What inspired you to write down these solutions to Ghana's problem?
So when I'm walking around, I see poor children on the road which don't have mothers, which are supposed to be taken to the orphanage. And then I see choked gutters, which is very unpleasing, because when people come there and they put their shops over there, I'm not sure people are going to buy from it, which will minimize the level of people getting jobs. People around just throw rubbish everywhere and spit on the ground, which is not very nice, because other people can contract diseases from the spit that you leave on the ground and the rubbish and everything. Sports cars should be seized, because some of them, their exhaust pipe bring out unwanted gases which are not filtered. That's why I want them to seize the cars, so that people will understand the reason why we have to have good air to breathe.
Do you have plans of writing it out, publishing it?
No, I actually wanted to give it to my father, so that he would do it.
Present it in Parliament?
Yes.
But do you ever wish to be like your father?
Yes, I even want to be a president.
And what are the key things you've seen about your father that inspires you to want to be like him?
He's very hardworking. He's very calm. He doesn't think about other people more than himself, and he doesn't think about himself more than other people. It's all equal and everything. He's not corrupt, and he takes care of us equally as he takes care of the people that need help from him.
Mr. Speaker, President Mahama bought Casa passenger aircraft for our military to replace the outaged F-27 jets. He bought 4 new MH-17 helicopters for the Air Force. We bought attack helicopters also from the Russians. We bought attack planes, fighter jets from the Chinese. And you stand up and say that President Mahama did nothing for you. You have engaged, after chewing ballot papers in this chamber, you stand up and tell us that President Mahama did not do anything.
Honorable Sam George, kindly withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, did the honorable member not chew ballot papers on the 9th of the 6th and 7th when we chose you as second deputy speaker?
Honorable member, please withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, what are you asking me to withdraw? That Honorable Carlos Ahinka, on the 9th of January 6th and 7th, chewed ballot papers and ran away like a thief being chased by the police in this chamber. Are you asking me to withdraw that truth? Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, sit down.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of focusing on the substance, I oblige you. Everybody knows that Carlos did it, but you say I should withdraw, I withdraw.
Obi said he has won
I'm sure Atiku says he is also won.
So if two people are saying they've won, one of them must be lying or both of them are lying.
They didn't rig the election, they stole it. Because rigging is what they normally do. But this time it was stolen because people have voted and they have tallied the results. And all of a sudden it changes.
And I've said it categorically several times. I've analyzed it to people several times. Me and we have spoken on phone several times. And I've told him that 1, 2, 3, 4. These are places you can never. I don't say that you won't win. I said he can never win this 2023 election.
Tinubu is almost half out. His age is old. It's not. We shouldn't be sentimental on this matter.
The Americans have a president who served over 70 years, though.
Tinubu is not 70 years.
How old
Tinubu
is
is not 80 years. Listen, go and take machine and check his age.
How old is he?
Now, if Tinubu is 70 years, maybe he's very sick.
Do you think he's doctored his age?
Did I think that? The way he looks, because at least if you look at me, I say, I'm 25. Will you agree with me? Can I tell you that I'm at 25 now, you agree with me?
I believe that we can scale the numbers down. I think we should be able to work around a total of 60 ministers. The ultimate factor for delegates to decide as to who should be the person to occupy the position, and in this case the flag bearership, will not be monetary inducement. There are about 208,000 people who are delegates and who will be voting to elect the flag bearer. How much can you give to each of the 208,000 delegates?
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite bebre.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. Wabrian, Tennessee, and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing is unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Maoli Aholimega. On this episode, we delved into the emergence of an artificial intelligence chatbot named ChatGPT. My guest is Kwesi Kofi, and he's the CEO from DataWare. Kwesi, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you for having me. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. It's been a long time.
A long time.
Yeah. How are things so far?
Well, I mean, you can imagine with the emergence of this new technology, there's a lot happening. Things are changing pretty quickly. So it's taking some amount of effort for companies to catch up to what's happening in the various industries.
Yeah. So now let's get straight into it. I think for me, from November, I started hearing this whole ChatGPT, and I had no idea what it was doing, and I did a little research only to find out what it really does. And this is like a whole artificial intelligence chatbot that is doing so many things, helping people to do assignments. What exactly is this whole ChatGPT thing?
Okay, so I mean, artificial intelligence has been around for a while. It has been used in many sectors by different companies. I mean, if you look at the big tech giants, if you look at Facebook, Amazon, all of them are using different forms of artificial intelligence in their operations by leveraging their data sets to generate insights and make decisions. What has really brought this to the fore now is that ChatGPT has sort of democratized artificial intelligence. So by democratizing it, what I mean is that it has given access to a wide range of society to leverage it. So, like I said, artificial intelligence has been around for a while. There are various elements of it. What artificial intelligence essentially is that it's a computer software that is trained to mimic human, cognitive abilities. So with cognitive abilities, sight, how you understand, and then sometimes in terms of action, in relation to how you interface some of these softwares with other elements of technology like robotics. So essentially, artificial intelligence has been around for a while. It has just now been democratized, and access has been given to both individuals and to companies, developers, to leverage it to build amazing products.
Yeah. So just from what he rightly explained, so would you say that this Chat GPT thing, is it open to everyone? Is it like a free software? And who made this whole Chat GPT, if you have an idea?
So ChatGPT, the parent company that is spearheading this development is called OpenAI.
Okay.
Now, OpenAI was co-founded by 4 people, but the names that I'm sure would immediately jump out for a lot of people will be Elon Musk.
Yeah, which is the Twitter owner.
Yes, so currently Twitter owner. In the past, he has been involved
Tesla.
with PayPal. He's into electronic mobility as well as space. So he's no new face when it comes to technology. And there's another gentleman to call Sam Altman.
Okay.
So Sam Altman was formerly the head of a Y Combinator, which is like a tech enabler for startups.
Okay.
And so these two are the ones, in addition to other 2 people who founded, OpenAI. And OpenAI initially started as a non-for-profit organization, but somewhere along the line, they've changed their model. Even though they have a very interesting model, they now cap their profits at some point. And so along the line also, Elon Musk left the company because from some of the tweets that he has been pushing out, it's evident that he's not on board with some of the things that the company is looking at doing. Also along the line, some partnership agreements between OpenAI and Microsoft to embed some of the AI functionalities with Microsoft's suite of products as well, like the Edge browser.
Okay.
And so you realize that Microsoft's Edge browser has not been doing too well on the market if you compare it to
people actually prefer the Firefox and then the
Google
Mozilla
Chrome, especially because of the search functionality. So I believe that Microsoft sees this as an opportunity to get back into the driving seat by incorporating this, because what the ChatGPT is like AI in a conversational manner.
Okay.
So just like you do a search, you can chat with the AI model and get responses.
Just briefly explain to us how this whole thing was created. I'm sure maybe you may not have the full data to tell us, but how, like, what was the thought process going into creating this thing? How did they develop this Chat GPT?
Okay, so with artificial intelligence, what it really rides on is data. So you realize that when it comes to AI, the companies that are able to leverage this fully are those that collect massive data sets. So if you look at AWS, Amazon Web Services, where a lot of people shop online. If you look at YouTube, where a lot of people go there to watch videos. If you look at Facebook, Twitter, a lot of people, generate content on there. So all of these data sets are available. So a lot of these companies are already at the forefront. Now, the way artificial intelligence works is that there are various elements of it. The part that has gained the most prominence over the last decade will be machine learning. But the other elements, there's deep learning, neural networks, and all of that. So with machine learning, what happens is that if you want to train an AI model, you need to gather data sets. And when you gather those data sets, you build your model by training those data sets. Machine learning or artificial intelligence rides on three tenets. The first one being training. So you get your data sets to train it so that it's able to respond by learning from that data set. And the second tenet is with reasoning. So that's where you interact with the model, and then it's able to, based on what it has learned from the previous data sets, it's able to give you responses. And the third part is an iterative process where it learns, it relearns. So based on feedback, it's able to tell that, okay, maybe this answer was wrong. I need to relook at my data set and things like that. So that's how AI models are created, essentially.
So what are some of the benefits of this chat GPT? Because we'll come to some concerns as well, but what are the immediate benefits of this chat GPT chatbot?
So as you can imagine, there's a lot of uproar about, the functionalities, what this enables people to do. Immediate benefits, I would say, is that, and there's a lot of concern about how artificial intelligence is going to take over the jobs of humans and things like that. But I think we're a little far from that. So I would wish that people will see AI as an enabler, sort of, to augment what the human capacity can do. As a human being, I mean, how much information can you process at a point in time? So let's say if you are, your job is to generate content, how does ChatGPT enable you? Don't see it as a way that it's come to take over, because, I mean, AI is not perfect. There's still a lot of, work ongoing to perfect that technology. So it helps augment people's work, whether you are in the legal field, whether you are in content generation, whether you are a developer, because some elements of ChatGPT enables you to write code or even access code that you have already written to find errors and things like that. So it's more of an enabler for people in various endeavors.
So because I've been having a very interesting conversation with you about ChatGPT. We'll come to the concerns right after this break. I've been speaking with Kwesi Kofi from DataWare, and we've been talking about the emergence of an AI chatbot named ChatGPT. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with Kwesi Kofi from DataWare. We've been talking about the emergence of the AI chatbot named ChatGPT. Kwesi,
hi.
I've been learning quite a lot from you about this whole ChatGPT and what it seeks to do. I'm sure we'll do a demonstration about how it works, but there are some concerns that this ChatGPT is coming to claim people's jobs and it's going to make students lazy and all of that, because it's going to give people answers to questions even when they're in the exam hall and all of that. What do you make of this whole thing?
Well, I think some of these concerns are valid, because when you look at one of the major concerns is about bias. So how AI model responds to queries depends on what data set it is trained on. And as most of these data sets are generated by humans, humans inherently are biased. So it's only normal that these biases may be represented in these data sets. So this also affects the quality of response that come from AI models, especially in conversational ones. So for bias, I think that's a valid concern. There's also another valid concern about how this is going to affect the educational sector, especially with the functionalities of this ChatGPT, where it's able to help generate text, can help write essays, write code. It's really a threat to how our young ones, learn and how they exercise their mental capacity. So that's also a general concern. And there has been like a real uproar in the academic sectors where a lot of lecturers are concerned. As countermeasures, there are also tools that are coming up that can help detect content that is generated by AI. But then, as you know, there's always a countermeasure for a countermeasure. So it's also really like a bit of a black box that needs some looking into. So essentially, when you look at AI, the values or the elements that make it more acceptable to a lot of people is that
people should really understand it. So if an output is generated, there has to be visibility on how it arrives at the output. And that's one of the challenges, especially with some regulators. For regulators in the US, for example, AI is used to build credit risk for people.
Yeah, so that they can get loans
and things like that. And if per US regulation, you're supposed to show how you sort of like
your credit
arrive at a credit score for a particular person. And if you're using an AI model that is trained on thousands of data sets, and there are very, very nuanced ways that these data sets relates to each other, it's difficult to show that. So those are some of the concerns.
Okay. Yeah, so we've been talking about this whole chat GPT, and it will be nice for you to take us through the salient steps of how this whole open AI technology works. So you can take it away, Kwesi.
Right. So we are currently on the Open AI website.
Okay.
Now, Open AI, like I said, has been since 2015 been in operation, and ChatGPT is the part of its product offering that has gained the most traction. But there are other products that are available. So I mean, from the website, you can see that there's ChatGPT, that has various
models,
features.
Okay.
It can be used for copywriting, summarization, parsing text. So we're going to run demos of how that is. But anybody can go onto the OpenAI website and sign up. Availability is subject to cloud computing resources that OpenAI has.
Okay.
They have also launched paid versions of the product. So once you subscribe, you'll be assured. But if you're using the free version, then you are only able to use it as it's available. Then there's what they call the DAL-E, which is also has to do with more about images.
So it says create realistic images and art from a description in natural language. Okay.
Yes, so using natural language, you can describe what kind of image that you want to depict, and the AI model is able to generate that. And then there's also another one, what they call Whisper. So Whisper has to do with voice, audio, right?
Yeah.
So let's try to do something around ChatGPT. Right.
Okay. All right.
So, like we said, it's conversational. You can use it to generate content. You can ask it questions about, mathematical questions, programming questions, and should be able to get a response on it. Already on
and
the
it's
chat.
accurate?
Well, to some level. There are some instances where it gives wrong information.
Okay.
And that's why we say AI is not perfect. Because it's still learning. As time goes along, it will get better.
Okay.
So the engineers definitely will look at responses where they are not accurate, and they retrain the model so that they can provide accurate measures. So accurate responses. So you see that the version that we are currently interacting with is February 13.
Okay.
So anytime there's an update, it's launched, and then we interact. So I think we are.
So this simply means it's still in development. So as and when it goes along.
It's going to be in development forever. It's also going to be. It's going to be in development forever.
So then the responses are going to be very, very unique.
Yes.
As they go
along. Exactly. Exactly that. So, give me something. Let's say you are given an assignment.
Okay. How many stars are in the sky? Yeah. It'll be interesting to know how many of them are in the sky, though.
Right.
Okay.
So let's see.
So now that you click that, I see. Okay, so it's giving you the response. So it says it's difficult to provide an exact number because the number of stars in the sky varies depending on different factors such as the time of the day, location, and atmospheric conditions. However, on a clear night with good viewing conditions, an average human can see 2,500 to 5,000 stars with the naked eye. However, there are estimated to be over 100 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy alone, and there are billions of galaxies in the observable universe, which means that the number of stars in the sky is virtually infinite. Okay, so this is a very well explained response.
Yeah, so you can see the difference between this and what you would get from, let's say, a Google search. So if you're to do a Google search, you get a list of articles. You get a list of articles.
You probably see some NASA things doing images and all over.
And then you have to go and dig in and read. And so this AI model just summarizes all of that information, picks out the salient points, right?
Okay.
So one copywriting is able to generate content based on, you know, some information that you give it.
Yeah.
Summarization, if you have a body of text, it can pick up the salient points, right? And then present it to you. So let's take the same body of text.
Okay. So we'll copy the text. Okay.
Yeah.
And generate another one.
Let's say summarize.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we are waiting for the response. Also, I see you can actually stop it from generating.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's giving us. Okay.
So it has summarized the whole body of text, picked out the salient points.
Okay. That makes more sense for you to get the response that you want.
Yes. Okay. So imagine if, let's say, you are, let's say, a lawyer, and you have a 20-page document of text, right?
Which is quite a lot.
Yes. And you just want to pick out the salient points from it. And there's an application that rides on ChatGPT to do a functionality like that. You can imagine how much time that's going to save you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So those are some of the things that we can look at. There's also the ability to do classification.
Okay.
So let's say, give me a list of cars.
Okay, Tesla, Mercedes, Mercedes, BMW. How many do you want? Tesla, Mercedes, BMW, Toyota.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say let's ask ChatGPT to categorize.
Okay. So it's gonna categorize these cars. Okay. So we are waiting for it to give us the response.
Okay. So let's do this instead. So categorize Tesla and then BMW. Let's give it some options. Let's say electric and then
manual or something.
Fuel.
Yeah. Okay. And it looks like it's so fast because it's like the moment you put in the request, the response comes like really, really fast.
So what has happened is that they've taken large amounts of data sets and they've trained the model.
Okay.
And the interesting thing about artificial intelligence is that it has been powered by cloud computing. So you need massive amounts of cloud computing
data and all
computing resources to train these models. So you can leverage on cloud computing where providers like AWS and Microsoft have various data centers and harness it to train these models. So it's very easy. Now, once you have the model is in a particular state. So all that the model does is accept queries, right?
Okay.
So it's very, very fast.
Right.
So you can see that from our previous example, we've given it elements to categorize these cars by, and it has been able to tell us that, okay, Tesla is an electric vehicle,
car,
then BMW
has both electric and then full power.
Depending on the model.
It's looking like this app is going to come in and handy for some people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's take one last example.
Okay.
So translate. I am going to work.
Okay.
To French.
Interesting. So you can even do languages as well.
Languages as well.
Okay. I'm going to work can be translated in French as Je vais au travail. Right? Yeah. Whatever that means is I'm going to work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. So not just English, but it has options for other languages.
To translate, yeah.
So for persons who will need a translator when they enter into another country, they can use this app to. It can also serve as a translator as well.
So the interesting thing about this is that they've opened. So that's why I said that they've sort of democratized it, because these functionalities are available through an API. So any developer anywhere that says, okay, I want to build a product that can translate English to French, will build a different interface
and then
plug into the open API. Then when somebody says, okay, type that text in the app, they query the open AI through the API and then get a response and show.
Wow.
So there are a lot of products that can be built on top of this.
On top of this, wow.
Aside from people just coming to the platform to interact with it
on
their interface.
Yeah. This is really interesting. I've been learning quite a lot from you, and I think that's all for today. And it's been very, very interesting learning about this Chat GPT. Kwesi, thank you so much for being on the show. I've been speaking with Kwesi Kofi from Data, where we've been learning about the emergence of an artificial intelligence chatbot named ChatGPT. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mali Aholimega. Please do stay for Biz Headlines.
Welcome to Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella Jejom Sogli. To our first story, Africa's biggest bank by market capitalization, First Rand Limited, has written off about 57% of its holdings in Ghanaian bonds. The development comes on the back of Ghana's decision to undertake a debt restructuring program for its sovereign debt component. In a statement issued by the South Africa-based lender on March 2, 2023, First Rand said it had impaired about $27.3 million to cover potential losses from Ghana's debt restructuring exercise and reduced income from associates. The bank further explained that the write-offs in the value of the Ghanaian bonds include both domestic and foreign currency bonds held as of December 2022. AGM Petroleum Ghana Limited and its owners have ceased operations in the South Deep Water Tunnel Block. A statement signed by the Chief Executive Officer of the company noted that the move was after carefully considering all options. It further added that the AGM is an independent company and the decision has no implication for Accra Energy's plants in Ghana. During the State of the Nation's address, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo said the government has not mismanaged COVID funds. According to him, the funds were used for their intended purpose when the pandemic hit. Akufo-Addo stated that it was the government who requested the auditing of the COVID funds and assured that there was no mismanagement of the funds. Government secured $4.52 billion from its latest auction on March 6, 2023. The bills were oversubscribed by $1.82 billion at an average interest rate of 27%. According to the auction results from the Central Bank, the government secured $1.48 billion from the 91-day bill, $1.17 billion from the 182-day bill, and $1.89 billion from the 365-day bill. The target for the auction was $2.78 billion. However, even though the subscription surpassed the target, it was lower than the $5.06 billion secured by the government in last week's auction. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has stated that the government's gold for oil policy has begun yielding its intended result of reducing fuel prices. According to him, the price of a litre of diesel has seen a reduction of about 10 cedis since the program commenced. Akufo-Addo added that the gold for oil policy is a creative way of using the country's resources. Meanwhile, the minority leader in Parliament, Kesiel Ato-Forson, took under 2 minutes to sternly critique President Nana Addo's SONA on March 8. Ato-Forson, in supporting the motion moved by his colleague on the minority side, pointed out a series of economic indicators that showed that all was not well with the country, as Akufo-Addo's address sought to portray. He argued that the current economic crisis the president admitted to in part of his address was largely self-inflicted and that Ghana was officially bankrupt. Still on the State of the Nation's address, an economist, Professor Godfred Bokpin, has stated that Ghana used the COVID-19 pandemic as an avenue to overspend. According to him, when pandemics and natural occurrences like this happen, they test the country's fundamentals and the policies it is running on. He explained that a country's inability to withstand shocks exposes its shortcomings. Quote, "It's as though you are majoring in the minor, and the reason we are saying this is that Russia-Ukraine is a global issue and the impact is pervasive. COVID-19 is a pandemic. The impact is pervasive. You also see marginality in how countries were affected by this twin development. It is in this level of the marginality that you are able to see the difference in the resilience of one economy compared to the other economy." End quote. And that'll be all for Biz Headlines this week. Do well to log on to our website at www.GhanaWeb.com for more news stories. Also, follow us on our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb, on YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella J. Jomsoli. Do have a lovely weekend.
I believe that we can scale the numbers down. I think we should be able to work around a total of 60 ministers. The ultimate factor for delegates to decide as to who should be the person to occupy the position, and in this case the flag bearership, will not be monetary inducement. There are about 208,000 people who are delegates and who will be voting to elect the flag bearer. How much can you give to each of the 208,000 delegates?
Obi said he has won.
I'm sure Atiku says he has also won.
So if two people are saying they've won, one of them must be lying or both of them are lying.
They didn't rig the election, they stole it. Because rigging is what they normally do. But this time it was stolen because people have voted and they have tallied the results. And all of a sudden it changes.
And I've said it categorically several times. I've analyzed it to people several times. Me and we have spoken on phone several times. And I've told him that 1, 2, 3, 4, these are places you can never, I don't say that he won't win. I said he can never win this 2023 election.
Tinubu is almost half out. His age is old. It's not, we shouldn't be sentimental on this matter.
The Americans have a president who served over 70 years though.
Tinubu is not 70 years.
How old is he?
is not 80 years. Listen, go and take machine and check his age.
How old is he?
Now, if Tinubu is 70 years, maybe he's very sick.
So you think he's doctored his age?
Did I think that? The way he looks, because at least if you look at me, I say, I'm 25. Will you agree with me? Can I tell you that I'm at 25 now, you agree with me?
Mr. Speaker, President Mahama bought Casa passenger aircraft for our military to replace the outaged F-27 jets. He bought 4 new MH-17 helicopters for the Air Force. We bought attack helicopters also from the Russians. We bought attack planes, fighter jets from the Chinese. And you stand up and say that President Mahama did nothing for you. You have engaged, after chewing ballot papers in this chamber, you stand up and tell us that President Mahama did not do anything.
Honorable Sam George, kindly withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, did the honorable member not chew ballot papers on the 9th of the 6th and 7th when we chose you as second deputy speaker?
Honorable member, please withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, what are you asking me to withdraw? That Honorable Carlos Ahinka, on the 9th of January 6th and 7th, chewed ballot papers and ran away like a thief being chased by the police in this chamber. Are you asking me to withdraw that truth? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, sit down.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of focusing on the substance, I oblige you. Everybody knows that Carlos did it, but you say I should withdraw. I withdraw.
Susu sang kwai no bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
There are about 208,000 people who are delegates and who will be voting to elect the flag bearer. How much can you give to each of the 208,000 delegates?
Addai-Nimoh as president of Ghana. First of all, how many ministers do you think Ghana needs if you were president?
I think we should be able to work around a total of 60 ministers.
60?
Yes.
Is that really practical?
Why not? Why not? After all, currently we have 16 regions. So you have 16 regional ministers. Then we have to talk about the sectorial ministries. So you have to look at the various sectors. Currently, which of the ministries can you merge that you can still have one minister and maybe 2 or 3 deputy ministers, and you merge the sector together. And so I believe that we can scale the numbers down. And me, my background as a public administrator, as an engineer, you should be able to have a framework that will define and have such a minimal number of ministerial appointments under my watch. At the end, it is about effectiveness and efficiency so that they will deliver and help you, the president, to achieve the goals that you have set for the country.
Now, still as president, what would you say about the subject about legalizing marijuana, for instance?
Well,
because a lot of economies around the world are actually cashing in from the legalization.
Well, I will need to consult all my experts, those in the health sector, those in the legal environment, because this is a heavy loaded question that I cannot just speak to it. I need advice and the recommendation from the experts, those from the health, the legal, and from the agri sector or whichever. That's what can be done about this. That this is a suggestion. Look at it, advise me, the merits and the demerits of that. And the merits and the demerits will look at the financials, the technical, the health, the social aspect of it. And then looking at the framework, that should be able to help me to take a decision.
So that's something you could consider?
Well, why not? Because anything that should inure to the benefit of the country, to the citizens, it should be something that should inure to the benefit of the country. And inuring to the benefit of the country means that the citizens will be happy about the happiness of the citizens. That issue will contribute to that. So you have to look at it, because you are a leader, you are seeking the welfare of your people. Anything that will bring a satisfactory enhancement in the welfare of the people, why would you want to put it aside? No, but to pursue it.
Where do you want to see Ghana in the next 5 to 10 years? Where exactly?
In the next 5 to 10 years, we should bring our debt level to a sustainable portion of maybe 50% to our debt GDP ratio to about 50%. In that case, we would have more resources on our hands, prudently utilize them, the scarce resources we have, to develop our infrastructure, to develop our human capital. And until we are able to control our current debt situation and bring it to that level, we'll have a lot of challenges. Today, as you drive around in town, in the city of Accra, even traffic lights, some traffic lights do not function. This shouldn't be a situation that should happen to Ghana, because we should have gone past this situation many years ago. So signalization of our intersections should be something that should be able to function 24/7. You see our road network, the rate of deterioration. The maintenance of it has to be done. Otherwise, the movement of people and goods at a point in time from one place to another will be extremely difficult, and the cost will be high for us, because vehicle owners will be crying for increase in fares because their vehicle operating costs will go high. Spare parts will increase. The cost of spare parts will increase. So we need to look at our infrastructure and build it.
Okay. I'm taking you back to the seat of, of president, because that's where the whole campaign is headed at. How would you handle the issues of corruption? The recent corruption perceptions index didn't paint the government really well.
Eche,
how would you handle it differently?
I know now these days people even don't want to talk about corruption. And if you talk about corruption, people now don't have that interest in that subject matter. And many people will say, but you are all the same. You are all the same. So the perception of corruption. I believe accountability is one of my 7-point policy plan for the country. And so we have to scrutinize government expenditure. Improving our public service delivery is also one of it, where waste, we'll make sure that we reduce waste in the public sector. So on the question of corruption, as you've been saying, we have to allow the government machinery to work. We also need to talk about it to our citizens, to all Ghanaians, to have a mindset that seeks that we want to sanitize the system. It wouldn't be only the president. The president as a leader, and if I secure that opportunity, I have to demonstrate that with my personal character and the decisions that I will be taking in my government. But as I said, first, we need as a country to talk about it at every level. At every level. 2, our children going to school, we have to inculcate in them the need for patriotism. They need to ensure that state resources are kept wisely, prudently, no abuse of power, no abuse of power, no conflict of interest in public administration or in public service delivery. These things we have to teach.
So you believe that a collective approach.
Third one is that we have to allow the law to work. If somebody goes against the law and the person is culpable, the necessary punishment must be meted out after going through due process.
All right. This is Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. We are with Honorable Francis Addai-Nimoh, who wants to become the MPP flag bearer. When we return, we'll talk more. Thank you for staying with us here on GhanaWeb TV. We're with Honorable Francis Addai-Nimoh. Now, Honorable, you have some 7 pointers. You believe these are, you mentioned there's an 8th one, which we'll get to know about much later. You believe these are the pointers to transform the country. Let's take them one by one.
Okay.
The first, second, third, and fourth, everything.
Well, let me, as I was outlining them, the first is on agriculture and food security. So as a nation, we should be able to grow and feed ourselves without recourse to import of food items. 2, we have to ensure that our people are educated and they have technical, vocational, and skills, either to work for themselves or to work for private companies or to work for government.
Okay.
3 is health. And we believe, under my watch with my team, we believe in prevention is better than to cure. So prevention aspect of our health service delivery, we will pursue. Let me, one example is about malaria. Malaria can be prevented. We know the source of malaria. So if the mosquito can be eliminated, then we will not have malaria. In that case, we will have a lot of foreign exchange savings, which hitherto should be used to import malaria drugs for treatment. So that is on health. Then the 4th point, having eaten, gone to school, you are in good health, you need employment and entrepreneurship. And that is the 4th one. So everybody should be on board to find something to do, to work. And in terms of employment, we'll look at how we will make agriculture lucrative to the young ones. For some of the young people, they think if you are doing farming, then you should be a poor person before you go into farming.
Otherwise, there's a perception that agriculture is not even lucrative enough.
But it is. Even me, myself, I try to farm about 30, 40 acres of maize twice a year. And this year, by March to April, I'll be preparing my land to plow about 35 acres to grow maize on it. And if I'm able to harvest about 300-400 mini bags or mazi bags, and currently a bag of maize is in the neighborhood of maybe 500 to 600 Ghana cedis. You do the computation and you see, then you deduct your cost of inputs, the plowing, the fertilizer application, your labor and all that. You can make something reasonable. So employment and entrepreneurship is the 4th one. Then the 5th one is enhancing our infrastructure of the country, which I mentioned about our road network, our water systems, our housing, our energy. We need to enhance all these things. And then under the infrastructure, the maintenance culture will be a key part. But we tend to put up magnificent infrastructure.
There's always the issue of
and after
maintenance.
some years, we allow it to deteriorate and we cannot maintain. So maintenance will be a key thing that we will pursue.
Okay.
And then abandoned projects for many years from various governments in the past. We should be able to complete all abandoned projects because they are investments that have been made. But if they have not come to their full completion, we will not see the benefits of those projects to the Ghanaian people. Meanwhile, it is the benefits that we are looking for. For most sectors, when you go, you notice that projects have been abandoned from so many years from previous administrations or governments, whether military government or civilian government, where we need to be able to complete all these projects. Then we know that the investment that has been made in those projects has been useful to the good people of Ghana. Then the sixth one is enhancing and improving public sector culture and service. You know, over there, the principles of the science of public administration, which will suggest that government must be resource-oriented, government must be market-oriented, government must be focused to deliver a service as if it is from the private sector. Because we say that the private sector is the engine of growth. But the private sector will thrive if you have an effective and efficient public sector. Then the private sector can take advantage and also grow. So we need to introduce measures where we can have a situation that we are reinventing government by way of rationalization of our public sector workers.
Okay.
Is key. The number of ministerial or political appointment is also part of, you know, that arrangement. It will be captured also there. So from the very initial appointment that will be made, it will give indication how we want the public sector to run. And with that effective and efficient public sector, I bet you the private sector will thrive and thrive well. We have a lot of young ones who can also go into consultancy. They are professionals. They complete, and then the knowledge that they have acquired from their various fields, they can't apply because of the current situation that we have. So the sixth one, as I mentioned, is on enhancing and improving the public sector culture and services. And then the seventh one is on the accountability. And accountability requires scrutiny. And I gave you the areas, reorienting our minds as a people, that we want our society to be corrupt-free, or we should reduce corruption. But when we talk about corruption, stealing is not corruption. Stealing is not corruption. If you steal that one, you are caught. It's a criminal offense. Causing financial loss to the state, abuse of power, conflict of interest, inflation, what is the word? Public sector procurement processes that could be abused from various things. So the scrutiny will ensure that we get value for money in our procurement process.
Very elaborate.
Yes.
Now let's interrogate.
But for the eighth one, as I said,
yes, we would hear about the eighth one.
It is reserved
we hope
until
to
sometime
come
next
back
year.
to speak to you about the eighth one
Yes.
much later. But let's do some interrogations. You speak about agriculture a lot. Now, first of all, imports. How do we deal with the issue of importation? I want practicality here.
Okay.
How do you practically deal with?
So, and allow me to give you an equation. Our gross domestic product, GDP, is equal to government expenditure plus consumption plus investment plus the sum effect of export minus import. If your import is more than your exports, then it becomes a negative, and that will affect your GDP. But if your export is more than your import, then you have a positive effect, and that increases your GDP in the equation. So to answer your question, how do we deal with imports? You have to take it sector by sector. On agriculture, if we have to feed ourselves, our protein needs, our carbohydrate needs, our vegetables and fruit needs, we should be able to grow them. If we are able to do that, then we can eliminate importation of rice. Because all that goes into the equation. Now we are importing turkey, frozen turkey, and even poultry. We are also importing poultry, isn't it? We import fish. Now, even these days, I'm told that we import vegetables, onions, garden eggs or what. But these are all items that we can grow in our country. So why don't we focus on that? If even we focus on that in terms of agriculture, we can make so much foreign exchange savings.
Also on agriculture. Now, if you want to encourage people to go into agriculture, there's a bigger menace issue about the destruction of our land through galamsey.
Yes.
How differently can you tackle this to ensure that our land is safe for us to be able to plant?
Sure. I know the situation of galamsey. God has given us natural resources which we have to explore and exploit for the benefit of the citizens. But whilst exploring and exploiting, it should not be the avenue to also destroy other parts of the environment. In this case, the forests and our river bodies. And so, it is how we manage the system. Whilst we are exploring and exploiting the natural resources, gold, bauxite, manganese, and the rest that we have in our country, we should also ensure technically that we do not destroy the other aspects of the environment that we should coexist in. So on agriculture, we should be able to identify the various areas that we can grow certain crops for our use. We know that in water region we can grow rice in certain places in water region, the Afife area. The same manner, Aveime. If you go to the Nasia Basin in the north, it's a fertile area for rice production. You know, if you talk about maize, my own area, Mampong, Ejura, Mkranza, Atebubu, Kwame Danso areas there. So it is to do it and make sure that the yield that we get from these things is substantial for us. It's better to produce in abundance. Have it in abundance. Everybody have something to eat, and some will go to waste, and not to produce in abundance, and there will be hunger.
Now you spoke about abandoned projects. I want to know how that would work for you, especially when a government comes into office and you would have to run with what you have on paper and then trying to complete abandoned projects. How do you balance that?
Yeah, we'll balance it because we'll communicate clearly to Ghanaians that we want to ensure the completion of all abandoned projects. First, that communication will be clear. And so it should not be taken that issue of I started this one, this person started, why you go and do yours, you know. It is the politics of it. But at the end of the day, if a project has been left undone, who are the sufferers? It's the ordinary Ghanaian people. The politics of it will not help us. So for me, the first thing is to communicate. And even in the manifesto that we will present to the good people of this country, we will communicate clearly that all abandoned public sector projects will be revived, will be reviewed and revived for completion appropriately. Then new projects will also commence in the same way. And so in the first 6 months under my watch, my team, my good self, we will do a lot of consulting work to review all these projects. We do all consulting work to review all these projects. Then we get to know the investment level or financial capital outlay that will be required for their completion. So from the second half of my first year's administration, then we should be looking at getting contractors to go on tender for some of these projects.
Okay.
Yes. So the timelines will be clearly spelled out without any ambiguity.
I'll take you back
because
to
my own professional background, I will bring it to bear in my office as the President of the Republic.
All right. I'll take you back to the campaign trail. Now, we know how politics is here. Do you believe that a lot of delegates are bots? And how would you handle that? Because you get into a campaign where there'll be issues of monies going around. How do you deal with that? And this is something that's really, really evident.
Eche, I know we are all concerned about our democracy, that we do not our democracy to be based on moneycracy. Okay. I also believe in the ingenuity of Ghanaians, that Ghanaians are up to the task. When they realize that you are in the game for the purchase of their mind, yes, they will get the inducement, they will take it, but on the day, they will show you where they think who qualifies, who is morally fit, and who can do the job. So, the concern about the surviving of our democracy so that moneycracy does not take over, we all share that concern. And we need to educate our people. Delegates are not people who have come from different planets to live on earth. They are our own brothers, sisters, relatives, friends. We know them. They are also human beings. We are all Ghanaians. Except that some have gotten the chance to be executives within the party, either as polling station executives, or electoral area coordinators, or constituency executives, or regional executives, or national executives. It's just an opportunity, but they are human beings.
Okay.
So we need to talk in clarity, or with clarity to them. Look, the first and foremost thing I know that our brothers and sisters who are delegates will look for is the acceptability of you, the person, as their leader.
So money won't even drive them.
I'll come to that point. It's your acceptability. They must have the confidence and they must accept you that, yes, the position you are looking for, you qualify. 1. 2, you are morally fit. 3, you can deliver when given the opportunity to occupy that position. So they will assess every individual. As you talk, as you walk, as you do your things, they will be carrying the assessment. It is not that you must be aggressive in talking and I will do that. No. Good leadership, effective and efficient quality leadership will come with precision.
So you don't think it's really about the money?
There could be some influence, some monetary influence. But the ultimate factor for delegates to decide as to who should be the person to occupy the position, and in this case, the flag bearership, will not be monetary inducement.
Quick one. Which one are you
in
for?
our party now, there are about 208,000 people who are delegates and who will be voting to elect the flag bearer. How much can you give to each of the 208,000 delegates? Assuming you pick 100,000 delegates, how much can you give to each person of the 100,000, that will transform the life of that person over a certain period of time.
Okay, so it's clear you don't agree that the monetary aspect outweighs all the other things. But which
the
one are you for?
acceptability is first, and then the monetary thing is just motivation. If I'm motivating you that take maybe 20 cedis, 30 cedis, 40 cedis, 50 cedis to buy water for and then to use as your TNT to go and cast your ballot. That is not the money I'm giving to you with the intention that I am, put in quote, I want to buy you.
So that's TNT. But I just want to know, which are you for, an early Congress or not, and why? Just quickly.
Well, this issue doesn't even arise. I don't know why all of a sudden people are talking about early Congress in MPP, a late Congress also. We have only one reference point that we can make, and that is 2007. 2007, MPP was in government. J. Kufuor was the president. The election of the flag bearer was held in December 2007 at Legon. So if we want to make any reference, that is the only reference we have. Today, Nana Akufo-Addo is the president. MPP is in government. By our constitutional provision, not later than 11 months to the next general elections, we should have our flag bearer. So for me, I believe within the last quarter of 2023, either October, November, or December, we will have, I believe we should have the flag bearer. I will not support any decision that will take the flag bearership beyond December 2023 into 2024. No, that one I will not support.
Okay.
But within the last quarter, I will support. You see, we also need about 6 months for the whole process. When the General Secretary issues a statement that the nomination will be open, we need 6 months. People are going to pay huge sums of money as their filing fee. Give them time to be able to go run and campaign.
Okay.
You don't stifle them with time and go and give about 1 month, 2 months. Then you are telling them that we are only taking your money and maybe we have our own favorite. Otherwise, you must be free, fair, transparent with the process to elect the flag bearer.
Wonderful. Honorable, thank you very much. It's been a nice conversation we've had here. My name is Echi Atisu. You can get on GhanaWeb, www.ghanaweb.com for more news and any other information you need. Until next time, do stay safe.
My name is Baraka Fathia Pelpu, and I'm in class 5. I'm 11 years old. I'm bringing to you points that should be noticed in Ghana. There should be aquators provided in places where there's no water to promote hygiene in those various parts. Law should be stated that all sports cars should be seized. Abandoned lands to be given to the Forestry Commission if the land has not been attended for more than 12 years. There should be more trees planted every day. In every society, every kiosk will be seized and replaced with an apartment, which will be the same price as a normal kiosk, which will lower or decrease the chances of dying by flood. On every Saturday, experts will try and clean the gutters and surroundings with the help. This gets people employed. There should be hospitals and schools in Ghana. Cocoa farmers will be cherished all over Ghana. All our debts should be paid. Around Ghana, there should be air filters everywhere. You would pay a fine of 10 cedis when you throw rubbish on the ground. There should be new employees for sanitation officers, police, soldiers and doctors, inter alia. All market squares should be maintained well and properly to avoid diseases. There should be books provided in community libraries. Tourist sites should be maintained very well. Children at the age of 18 and below should be taken off the streets if seen wayward. More mental hospitals should be built to help the people on the streets with mental illnesses. All children should be vaccinated from the 5 killer diseases for free. Food and items should be donated to schools and all orphanages. Jail should be a punishment, but not a point that prisoners who suffer greatly. Protect all the animals in the sea every day from DDT. Imprison all the corrupt policemen. Donate money to the places that need help. Create dams to prevent vast floods. There should be a need to recycle in Ghana. The immigration services should not stop people who need help from other countries.
What inspired you to write down these solutions to Ghana's problem?
So when I'm walking around, I see poor children on the road which don't have mothers, which are supposed to be taken to the orphanage. And then I see choked gutters, which is very unpleasing because when people come there and they put their shops over there, I'm not sure people are going to buy from it, which will minimize the level of people getting jobs. People around just throw rubbish everywhere and spit on the ground, which is not very nice because other people can contract diseases from the spit that you leave on the ground and the rubbish and everything. Sports cars should be seized because some of them, their exhaust pipe bring out unwanted gases which are not filtered. That's why I want them to seize the cars so that people will understand the reason why we have to have good air to breathe.
You have plans of writing it out, publishing it?
No, I actually wanted to give it to my father so that he would do it.
Present it in Parliament?
Yes.
But do you ever wish to be like your father?
Yes, I even want to be a president.
And what are the key things you've seen about your father that inspires you to want to be like him?
He's very hardworking. He's very calm. He doesn't think about other people more than himself, and he doesn't think about himself more than other people. It's all equal and everything. He's not corrupt, and he takes care of us equally as he takes care of the people that need help from him.
Obi said he has won.
I'm sure Atiku says he has also won.
So if two people are saying they've won, one of them must be lying or both of them are lying.
They didn't rig the election, they stole it. Because rigging is what they normally do. But this time it was stolen because people have voted and they have tallied the results. And all of a sudden it changes.
And I've said it categorically several times. I've analyzed it to people several times. We have spoken on phone several times. And I've told him that 1, 2, 3, 4, these are places you can never, I don't say that he won't win. I said he can never win this 2023 election.
Tinubu is almost half out. His age is old. It's not, we shouldn't be sentimental on this matter.
The Americans have a president who's over 70 years though.
Tinubu is not 70 years.
How old is
Tinubu
he?
is not 80 years. Listen, go and take machine and check his age.
How old is he?
Now, if Tinubu is 70 years, maybe he's very sick.
So you think he's doctored his age?
Did I think that? The way he looks. Because at least if you look at me, I say, I'm 25. Will you agree with me? Can I tell you that I'm at 25 now, you agree with me?
And if you look at the history of our parliaments, we're still hovering around 10% female participation in the House. I think the highest number we've got is the current number of 40 female MPs in Parliament. So as we continue to celebrate International Women's Day, it's incumbent on us to also look back and see whether we can do things differently to ensure that just as we have 50%, 51% females making up our population, the numbers of people who are women who are representing their gender. The House should look like Ghana in terms of the number of women and men. Parliament should look like Ghana does, where there's an almost equal representation of men and women in our population. Our House should also look the same. But we've come a long way. So it can't all be doom and gloom, but we can do so much more. Ghana, we pride ourselves as the leader on the continent in everything. But unfortunately, in this sector, we are lagging very, very far behind our peers in East and Southern Africa. And it doesn't look good for us, so we can do things differently. In my comments on the statements that were made by the Deputy Whip and the leader of the Women's Caucus, Honorable Lydia Alassane, I indicated that in 2012, we started by trying the Affirmative Action Initiative of the MPP, which advocated that women should be allowed to contest women. Not that there will be no contest, but if we allow women to contest women across both sides of the political divide, no matter who wins that seat, it will still be a woman representing that constituency. I think we need to revisit some of those initiatives. We've also spoken about the parties themselves. Now we're entering the primary season. I think we've even left it too late to start this conversation about what we can do to increase the levels of female participation in our governance. It is an indictment on us as a country that after so many years of independence, we still have very few women in decision-making in our country. It starts from the primary selection process. So I know the NDC is going for their primaries in May. MPP will also be doing theirs shortly. We are the two biggest parties in this country. If both parties decide that this time around we're going to do something differently, we thank them for reducing the filing fees for women, but it's not enough. It was done many terms of parliament, many electoral seasons ago. It still hasn't improved the levels beyond 10%. So we need to do something different and something drastic, if indeed we believe that we need more women in decision-making in our country. Now, historically, it's been proven throughout the years, and even using the statistics in my sector as an example, if you increase broadband penetration by 10%, you increase GDP 2%, you increase GDP by 10%. If you increase female participation in education, in academia, in all of that, the nation stands to benefit because they contribute more towards the development of the country. So we really need to do something different about the way we organize our politics. And I want the two big parties in this country, the MPP and the NDC, to revisit this conversation again, to encourage us to field more women during our primaries, women to contest women, so that at the end of the day, we'll have more women in politics.
Mr. Speaker, President Mahama bought Casa passenger aircraft for our military to replace the outaged F-27 jets. He bought 4 new MH-17 helicopters for the Air Force. We bought attack helicopters also from the Russians. We bought attack planes, fighter jets from the Chinese. And you stand up and say that President Mahama did nothing for you. You have engaged, after chewing ballot papers in this chamber, you stand up and tell us that President Mahama did not do anything.
Honorable Sam George, kindly withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, did the honorable member not chew ballot papers on the 9th of the 6th and 7th when we chose you as second deputy speaker?
Honorable member, please withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, what are you asking me to withdraw? That Honorable Carlos Ahinka, on the 9th of January 6th and 7th, chewed ballot papers and ran away like a thief being chased by the police in this chamber. Are you asking me to withdraw that truth? Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, sit down.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of focusing on the substance, I oblige you. Everybody knows that Carlos did it, but you say I should withdraw, I withdraw.
Obi said he has won.
I'm sure Atiku says he has also won.
So if two people are saying they've won, one of them must be lying or both of them are lying.
They didn't rig the election, they stole it. Because rigging is what they normally do. But this time it was stolen because people have voted and they have tallied the results. And all of a sudden it changes.
And I've said it categorically several times. I've analyzed it to people several times. We have spoken on phone several times. And I've told him that 1, 2, 3, 4, these are places you can never, I don't say that he won't win. I said he can never win this 2023 election.
Tinubu is almost half out. His age is old. It's not, we shouldn't be sentimental on this matter.
The Americans have a president who's over 70 years though.
Tinubu is not 70 years.
How old is he?
Tinubu is not 80 years. Listen, go and take machine and check his age.
How old is he?
Now, if Tinubu is 70 years, maybe he's very sick.
Do you think he's doctored his age?
Did I think that? The way he looks. Because at least if you look at me, okay, I say, I'm 25. Will you agree with me? Can I tell you that I'm at 25 now, you agree with me?
So I want to understand something. Three of you co-founded the group.
Yes.
How do you split proceeds, as in profits, monies that come in? How is it done? Like, does a greater percentage go to someone, or is it equally? How is the structure like in terms of?
No, I can't go into details with that.
Yeah,
but
just give me a fair idea.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we started this together, so nobody is bigger than anybody, or nobody has a higher percentage more than another person. You know, as to how we split, you know, percentage and all that, I cannot go into details.
But how come? How was it intentional that, or was it the case that you pushed
Dance God more?
Yes.
Okay, so the truth is that this started about 8 years ago. That's when I started managing Dance God. He's the one I started managing, because, you know, he told me about how the dance industry is and people don't pay well and how difficult things are. So I said, okay, I'm going to take it upon myself, you know. Like, so it was just like me trying to help a friend, because we went to school together, you know, and in trying to help a friend, it became more like a career, because I didn't go to school to study management or talent management or anything, you know. I'm into advertising. I was into advertising, so I was actually doing like 8 to 5, you know. So that was my full-time job, you know. But when my friend, you know, told me about this, I decided to take, you know, that path, you know. And then he came to me someday and said,
So wait, I'm not trying to interrupt here, but did you actually quit your job?
Yeah,
to
so at a point,
full-time on dance.
At a point I did. I had to, because I had to be running away from, you know, work to go for meetings. You know, it was difficult trying to, like, you know, do both. You know, so I had to, like, decide not to do 8 to 5 anymore and focus on him 100%.
So did you say you sacrificed?
Yeah, I did make a lot of sacrifices. Like, after school, I had to go and do my master's. I didn't go, you know. I decided to stay here because I started something with him. Like, imagine if I traveled, I mean, how things have turned out, you know. So those are some of the sacrifices that I made, like not like doing 8 to 5, which is more like of a secure job, where you know that at the end of the month, this is how much you're going to be paid, as compared to like, you know, like dance at that time where nobody even paid 50 cedis. Like everything we did back then was for free, you know. So it was a big risk, you know, like not knowing how things are going to turn out, and then deciding to take that career path.
Obi said he has won.
I'm sure Atiku says he has also won.
So if two people are saying they've won, one of them must be lying or both of them are lying.
They didn't rig the election, they stole it. Because rigging is what they normally do. But this time it was stolen because people have voted and they have tallied the results. And all of a sudden it changes.
And I've said it categorically several times. I've analyzed it to people several times. Me and we have spoken on phone several times. And I've told him that 1, 2, 3, 4, these are places you can never, I don't say that he won't win. I said he can never win this 2023 election.
Tinubu is almost half out. His age is old. It's not, we shouldn't be sentimental on this matter.
The Americans have a president who served over 70 years though.
Tinubu is not 70 years.
How old is he?
Is not 80 years. Listen, go and take machine and check his age.
How old is he?
Now, if Tinubu is 70 years, maybe he's very sick.
So you think he's doctored his age?
Did I think that? The way he looks, because at least if you look at me, okay, I say, I'm 25. Will you agree with me? Can I tell you that I'm at 25 now, you agree with me?
Mr. Speaker, President Mahama bought Casa passenger aircraft for our military to replace the outaged F-27 jets. He bought 4 new MH-17 helicopters for the Air Force. We bought attack helicopters also from the Russians. We bought attack planes, fighter jets from the Chinese. And you stand up and say that President Mahama did nothing for you. You have engaged, after chewing ballot papers in this chamber, you stand up and tell us that President Mahama did not do anything.
Honorable Sam George, kindly withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, did the honorable member not chew ballot papers on the 9th of the 6th and 7th when we chose you as second deputy speaker?
Honorable member, please withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, what are you asking me to withdraw? That Honorable Carlos Ahinka on the 9th of January 6th and 7th chewed ballot papers and ran away like a thief being chased by the police in this chamber. Are you asking me to withdraw that truth? Mr. Speaker,
honorable member, sit down.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of focusing on the substance, I oblige you. Everybody knows that Carlos did it, but you say I should withdraw, I withdraw.
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar Akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
Just like I said earlier, Tinubu never win election, and APC will never win election in Nigeria in any day. Nobody will vote. They will never get a voting majority in Nigeria because the government have been bad since last 8 years.
Good day and welcome to another edition of The Lowdown. It's a continuation of our conversation about the Nigerian election, which is under contention as we speak. The Labour Party and the PDP have gone to court challenging the results of the recently held election, which was won by Bola Tinubu of the APC party. They have broken the 8th in Nigeria, which means that they continue for another 4 years and would mean that there will be 12 years in power. What is it going to look like for Nigeria? Many are concerned about the age of Tinubu at 70. Many say he does not have the physical capacity to confront and address the challenges that confront Nigeria. Is that true or not? My name is Daniel Odro. And as you already know, I'm here with Otumba, who is with the APC party. Babatunde Adiola is with mynigeria.com, and Chukwuemeka is an obedience. Gentlemen, a lot to discuss, so part 2 of our conversation. Let me start with you, Otumba. What do you make of those who say Tinubu does not have the physical strength to address the challenges? Yes, he may have done a lot in his much younger years, but now the challenges that confront Nigeria need a younger, fresher brain to address it, because they are very daunting, they are very enormous and big, and need a lot of energy to address. What do you say to such people?
I give glory to God that they said he has achieved so much at his younger age as a governor in his 40s. But whatever they are saying about him now, I want all those people saying that to come out and campaign for 3 months before primaries. This is a man that campaigned for 3 months before primaries. He went to all the 36 states. And he campaigned for 7 months before the general election. That is about 10 months in a row. I want to know how many youth can do that. I can't do it. I will break down. I know what it takes to campaign. I know what I've gone through in few days that we are having this election, and I knows what I can't do what he has done. And what are we talking about? Governance? Is he going there for a relay? It's not an athlete.
Okay.
We are not going to do that. What we are going to do is your brain.
His brain what?
This man has history of having the best team that has ever achieved politically and individually. So these are areas we should look at. What is life? What is economy of a country? How does it work? Economy of a country can never work if you don't know a way to generate revenue. This man was as a governor of Lagos State, he made 600 million per month. He turned it to 5.9 million per month, 5.9 billion per month. That's about 900%. Chief is there. If he's doing business with 200%, he's a billionaire overnight. So we need to look at who has the capacity. What's the capacity? That's the capacity of the economy we want to talk about. We should not be talking about the strength. The strength he needs is to work from his private home to the office. He should be able to communicate with people. People should be able to put paper in front of him and be able to correct them. When we went to Chatham House in London, he was able to correct people that, look, you are talking about HITEF. I asked you to answer a question about HITEF, but you never talks about somebody that is stealing and the person that is buying. Both of them, they have committed the same crime. So this is a man, when he's communicating to you, who tells you that you knows that he knows what he's doing. Yes, he might be hot, he might be hate. We've had a younger president in that country, President Goodluck Jonathan. We know what hindered him. We know what he couldn't do. So when you are talking about leadership, you need to talk about, can he assemble a good team?
Yeah.
Does he have the history of generating money? He's the only person that have that. You can't, your economy cannot work. You can't be prosperous as a nation if you don't have access to generate money.
Because what's the point if you generate money and a few people are enjoying it? Because I think one of the biggest problems in Nigeria, in Africa, is job creation for the youth.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've said, that you've agreed that he has the capacity, and everybody here knows that he has the history of assembling good people. Okay. So if you generate money, the people, the team you have assembled, they are the ones going to use the money, and that will create enough job for people. That will create that will create enough revenue for the country. It will create job for people, and we'll be able to. He has said that he's going into mechanized farming, which is what we have missed in many years. In the 70s and 80s, early 80s, in the 70s and the early 80s, our naira was more bigger than dollar. 80 kobo was 1 naira. People are they are spending naira in New York stores, in UK store. What were we doing then? We were only doing farming, cocoa in the southwest, palm oil in the southeast, pyramid granite in the northern Nigeria, and we are producing a little car, the 504, the 505. We drive in Nigeria. We assemble them in Nigeria. We are not doing it. Even then, we are not having enough oil. We are not having enough oil then. But look at today. He have said, I'm going to develop. I'm ready to compete with Russia. If they are going to fight me, I'm ready to fight them. This is a man, he wants to compete with them with the gas. He's coming to develop the gas. And he has told the student that, look, hold me responsible. Your 4 years course will be your 4 years course. No more strike. These are what people should hold him responsible, that you have said this. Okay. If it happens, we have to hold you responsible. And he's saying that when you look at mechanized farming, these are the areas that can consume millions of youths. And they will be, Nigeria as well will be making money. We have just Borno and Niger is enough for us to make over $120 billion yearly in farming. What Netherlands are doing, they are making 115 billion euro. It's the landscape they are using. It's not up to what we have in Borno and in Niger. And this is what this man has said. He said, look at me, I'm coming to renew the hope of Nigeria. And when he became the governor in Lagos State, he was the first person that brought Heron Energy, that he wants Lagos to be independent, to have their own independent electricity. He was in opposition then. Former President Obasanjo frustrated him, and he couldn't allow that to work. These are idea of 20-something years ago. And this man is coming, just give me a little time. Allow us to work. And that is the reason why he has sent a hand of fellowship to Obi and Atiku. Let's build the nation. Election has gone. Together. The next thing is governance. And they said they are going to court. Fine. So my advice to him is to focus on governance. We elected him to give the dividends to the people, not to be begging the losers. They have lost. They have not done, election, to win an election is about strategy and structure. And they fail about their strategy and structure.
You think Tinubu is serious when he says that he wants to build this with Obi and Atiku? You think it is not just ceremonial, that, okay, elections are over, let all the chaos and all the competing end? Do you think if they accepted, he would give them any position in his government?
All of them, he has campaigned, during this campaign, he has said he was going to do a conclusive governance. He's not going to do it a win or take it all.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's doing now. Even if they want to prevent maybe chaos shouldn't happen, it's a welcome development. Okay. It's all about peace. People can fight and they can as well settle. It shouldn't be an issue of do or die. All what we want is a working country. Okay. And the people, if you look at the vote of the second and third people, is more than the vote of the Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Yeah. So Tinubu at 37%.
So that will tell us that people are not happy with the government. We have not gotten some things right. And that's the reason why he's saying, look, we understood, and we are going to correct those things. Yes, we might have succeeded in some area, and we have not been able to do something in some other area, and we are going to do it. And this is the reason why I said, look, if you have, what we want is competency. It's not about the party. And we also will not allow that, because, if we couldn't do what we're supposed to do the next 4 years, it won't be funny. Yeah. So we have to support Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If they don't want to come back in 2027, they can mess up. But if they want to retain the power, they should do the needful. And that is what we have done now. We have won the election. We have won the election based on the problems in PDP. The splits. They were together in 2019. Obi was vice president. Atiku was president. Kwankwaso was leader of PDP in Northwest. But we won the election with 3.9 million, with 3 of them together. So how do you expect when all of them split, how did they expect them to win the election? I think there are some reasonable analysis that we should be able to understand when people are claiming that they've won. Obi said he has won.
I'm sure Atiku says he has also won.
So if two people are saying they've won, one of them must be lying or both of them are lying. So these are things that we should not. Have you ever seen anywhere in Africa that when people lost election, they don't put allegation that no, they've rigged me out. That's always the music, and this is what we should stay away from, so that the Western world will not be a laughing stock to the Western world. If you have lost, try to. And one thing, we're in this country 1 year in 2016. A particular party came out and said, no, we have won. INEC has not announced that. Immediately the voting goes out. And they came out, they said they've won. And they said, how did you win? They said in our citation room, our collation room. And the result they announced was the same result the Ghana EC they released. So we have gone beyond people should be saying I've won. No. I'm expecting that if you have won, tell us what the INEC released and what you had in your collation room. The PDP has their own collation room. We have our own collation room. And the PDP had their own collation room. So if you said what INEC has given you that they've read you out, tell us what you had. I had a video here where our collation room, they were sending me the picture where they are still shaking. And immediately they got the number. They started jubilating. I have the video on my phone. So we need to be civil and responsible when we are making claim. When you said, okay, they've given you this and this is not what you got, you should be able to come and say, look, they have given me 6 million, we got 9 million. And when you said you have 9 million in somebody like Peter Obi, you have 9 million, you can't say that you won the election. Because our constitution stated you need to have 25% in 24 states. You didn't have 24 states. So there will be a runoff. Yeah. Even if you had more numbers, there will be a runoff, which you don't have, and you cannot present what you have. We are not telling you to present document areas they've read you, but tell us the number you had in your own collection room. These are where people should be responsible and to be able to not to put Nigeria or to just be accusing the INEC that INEC has rigged and they have not done what they're supposed to do. I think we have a country and there will be a country after this election. Okay. So if in 2027, one of them wins the election, and people are now telling them that they've stolen the mandate for them, would they be happy? I think these are things that we need to avoid, and we'll be able to do that it will be able to strengthen our democracy. Yes, they have done pretty well, but I've been in this studio several times with Tunde, and I'm telling you, no, there's no how Peter Obi will win this. He can never win. Okay. And I've said it categorically several times. I've analyzed it to people several times. We have spoken on phone several times, and I've told him that 1, 2, 3, 4, these are places you can never. I don't say that he won't win. I said he can never win this 2023 election. That's the fact. Okay. So when you are talking about politics, it's about number. It's about strategy. There is a law. In this country, you have a law that you need to be 50 plus 1. Yeah. Our own is 24 states with 25%. And with the majority. And that's exactly where I have seen that we have done it. I didn't mean they were all together. I wouldn't have made statement that, okay, Atiku Abubakar will not win. Okay. But since they've splitted, I know that no. These are the reason why we are attacking. I see
the method and the analysis that you made. Baba, what are Nigerians saying on social media, especially? The elections are over. What are the critical things that Nigerians want to see Tinubu do? Usually we say the first 100 days are important. What do you want to do in the first 100 days, in the first few, maybe the first year, the second year? What are the expectations?
Well, I seriously do not know if Nigerians are expectant of this particular government, seeing that their acceptance is at an all-time low. You know, I mean, this is probably the first time that I've ever seen a president elected into office, and nobody's excited about it. You know, the buzz on social media.
The people who voted for him will be excited, no?
Well,
how can you say that you didn't see? How many places have you belong?
The buzz on the ground is low. You know, I mean, after he was declared, we saw Sokoto. There was chaos in Sokoto. We all know how Lagos was. We also know how Abuja was. And social media has been a grave site, because everybody is saying Peter Obi is my president. Peter Obi is my president. Peter Obi is my president. But again, back to what the deliverables Nigerians will need from this particular president is the fact that Nigeria needs constant electricity. Well, that's number one. The security challenges will have to be solved in Nigeria. Our educational system will have to, will have to be fixed. The enabling environment for traders and businessmen like Chukwuemeka to more or less succeed in their business enterprise. And you know how young Nigerians think; they are more enterprising.
Yeah.
You know, so they will need that environment to succeed. I mean, even in this very, very, very toxic system, we've still seen how Nigerians have been innovative and creative. We have content creators who are making waves. In the entertainment space, they're also making waves. In sports, they're also making waves. So I expect that this new government coming into the fold will see how ambitious our young people are and just ensure that they lay the foundation for them. But the key foundation to any prosperous country is electricity and security. If you can guarantee the lives of your citizen, where a citizen knows that when he goes out, he's going to come back safely, most definitely you failed. And again, social media is the celebrities and the influencers. They've been divided. You know, Eniola Badmus, Joke Silva has been on the part of the APC, while we have the P Squares and Co., you know, Mr. Macaroni and Co. on the side of the Labour Party. So that has been another battlefield because they started, I mean, they began hitting themselves and jabbing themselves. Why are you doing this? Why are you voting for Tinubu? Why are you voting for the Labour Party? So the conversation is still stretching. Of course, 10 days from now, 20 days from now, or a month from now, I'm sure.
Yeah, everything will calm down. The work must be done. Nigeria must continue.
I mean, the work must be done. The youth must move. Government must move, and basically, we'll be preparing for the inauguration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the next president.
When is the inauguration?
May 29th.
May 29th. So he has some time.
We have some time.
So Buhari still has some time to be president and make some new changes. Anyway, we'll go for our last break on the lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. When we return, we'll have about 15 minutes to wrap up. And so we'll delve and continue our conversation about the future of Nigeria, which is a very big boy on the African continent. We're back after this break. Stay with us. Welcome back from the break. This is still the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. We are focusing on Nigeria and the elections held recently. Bola Tinubu is the new president of Nigeria. The opposition is in court attempting to annul and call for a new election. But Nigeria is significant in the sub-region on the continent. Many say if Nigeria gets it right, the whole of the African continent would rally around them. They're about one of the biggest and most populous country on the continent, a big trading partner for a lot of African countries. And for us Ghanaians, it's the place where more Ghanaians live than any part of the world. This is the lowdown. Chukwuemeka, let me come to you. You love Nigeria, obviously. You've stayed in Ghana for, you say, 30 years.
Almost 30, 27 plus now.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do you expect to happen in Nigeria in the coming days? I know, yes, you have your reservation about the election result, but obviously you don't want to see Nigeria bend.
Sure. Yeah, we want growth in Nigeria. We want success. We want to move forward. But we have to move in the right direction, not in the wrong direction. Let me say this to you. You know, if you have a punch tire,
yeah,
and you put water on it, maybe you have, you can drive with it. It doesn't mean that you have your tire have been fixed.
Yeah.
You must fix the tire before you can drive smooth. Or let me put it well: if you have a punch tire and you think you can drive on it, and you move it, the car will move. But that does not mean that I have fixed the tire. What will happen is that you are destroying the rim as well.
Yeah.
You cannot get success through illegality and it hold. This will be the first election in Nigeria that will be annulled, and we are going to start from that. Because even if it's P2P that ruined this election, I would use this today to condemn him.
Okay.
And the reason why I tell you the APC was able to go through, they didn't rig the election, they stole it. Because rigging is what they normally do, but this time it was stolen because people have voted and they have tallied the results, and all of a sudden it changes. Now, this one is totally breaking of the law, starting from the point that INEC was also breaking their own rules. Now, those alone, this kind of 2 points alone is enough to the election to be annulled. It's not as if that you go to polling unit, you destroy the stronghold of your opposition to win, get your own number down, and just old spell. We're able to cut out that because we know this is the old system. But what was a surprise to everybody was participation of INEC in rigging this election. So how can a referee decide to win a match? What will you do as a player? Just like I said earlier, Tinubu never win election, and APC will never win election in Nigeria in any day. Nobody will vote. They will never get a voting majority in Nigeria because the government have been bad since last 8 years. His Excellency or Senator Ahmed Tinubu, what new did he have? Fiscally is already down. You see, we have a lot of great personalities, but they are no more. Our father, Kwame Nkrumah, he can't be president of Ghana now. He's no more. He's a great guy. Kwame Nkrumah did something that we still enjoy. But he can't be president of Ghana now. It's just almost like Tinubu. Tinubu is almost half out. His age is old. It's not, we shouldn't be sentimental on this matter.
The Americans have a president who served over 70 years, though.
Tinubu is not 70 years.
How old is
Tinubu
he?
is not 80 years. Listen, go and take machine and check his age.
How old is he?
Now, if Tinubu is 70 years, maybe he's very sick. You see, I'm not sure of what I'm saying because I didn't give birth to him. But if Tinubu is actually 70 as he claimed, then he's very sick.
So you think he's doctored his age?
Did I think that? The way he looks, because at least if you look at me, okay, I say, I'm 25. Will you agree with me? Can I tell you that I'm at 25 now, you agree with me? Now let us forget about that Kulabalu.
Yeah.
The point we are making, we're serious in this business. His Excellency Senator Ahmed Tinubu has been a great man.
Are you deliberately refusing to call him president-elect or president?
Oh, listen, I can never support illegality in my life. I have grown past that. I came to Ghana as a young boy who have no future. Ghana environment have provided future for me. And if I support illegality, it will go against my life. What I have to do to pay this country back and my community where I came from is to promote goodness and quality lifestyle. He has not won majority of votes, even the one that was counted and the one that was thrown away. People voted for different persons. INEC announced different results. And that has been where I told you that Nigerians are the bridge of collapsing. If things are not done well at the Supreme Court, Nigeria is going to be no more. Because that country will be evaporated. Nobody will have anything to do with you. No international. In fact, the international community have also pronounced that this INEC did not live up to expectations. They are very low. So, for us to start talking about what will happen, there's no need to happen. The same group of guys who is going round, let me tell you what you should know now. The governor of Kaduna, which is one of the hitmen of President Buhari, and they dump Buhari because he is IG, all government in power. They always betray you before you leave power and join the other person. He was able to lose and lose very well. Gandola, Kano State Governor, he was also partner of El-Rufai. He lost, and he lost very well. The son lost I think he wanted to go to House of Rep, and the son lost. In fact, the APC lost that state. And the reason I'm telling you, these are the people who you hear their voice talking. Now, there's no APC states that are doing well in Nigeria, as we're talking to you now. And there's no reason they should have won the election. And there's no reason people should vote for them. So we did not vote for them. Most of the results they presented are old results. So what I'm saying, in essence, is that even if Tinubu became the president, he's already old. His mental capacity cannot carry anything. So Nigeria is going to be like an orphan for another 4 years. Because, for instance, my brother, 90 years old man, 80 years old man, he is in the seat. What time will he come to office? Even you come here because sometimes they push you. It's going to be overload, right?
Yes.
He will tell you that he come by 12. By 1 he call tell you tomorrow. And people will come and leave office, and there's no serious business person who will come.
But Otumba said that what he needs to do is to put
Forget
together.
what Otumba have said. He's a marketing manager of APC. You know the marketing managers, they always add figures and reduce figures. Whatever they want is what they write. It doesn't mean they tell you this product, if you eat it, your stomach will go flat. You eat it, the thing is coming up. So for him, he just wants to collect his money and go. Let me tell you the truth. Nobody will like to do business. I will give you example of myself. Now, I used to be a very good marketer. I have the sense of discernment that if you come and you say you need this phone, and the explanation of what they want to do doesn't match this phone, I can know the one I'll give to you.
Yeah.
Even though you may take it reluctantly, but when you go home, you keep on referring people to me. That's how I make my money. Because you look at the customer, understanding about what you want to buy and give it to him. But now, I don't do marketing anymore. The reason is that I have my younger brothers with me. I have my those who work for me. That's a very young person. When the customer came, he's around 30, 35. Even if we ask him, what are you looking for? You want to go to Babatunde, who is younger, to face him. He will say, good evening, sir, or good morning, sir.
You want somebody he can identify with.
He wants somebody he can relate at the same level with. Go to his age. And by then he will be asking Baba, say, what is he saying he's looking for? Baba will not tell you what he says he's looking for. And now he can't say anything because even if he say, you are scaring him away. This is a man who have eat everything. He have eat everything in life. If I say he have eat everything, he have been rich, not just rich. In fact, this government in power is his own personal property. He said that he own it. Because when they're saying that he's coming to do this, as if he didn't have power to do anything. Since 2015, APC won power. Senator Bola Tinubu says he brought APC to power. And nobody have challenged that claim. They didn't give him position. They call him APC leader. That is his position. He doesn't have another position, which means if there's a bad thing happening somewhere, he has the power to come and call the president. Come, why do you do that? And the president will say, oh, sorry, sir. That may happen.
He's a very powerful man then.
That is what he claimed. I wasn't there. Now, the government went so bad, and you're not telling me that you are bringing a renewed hope. You are deceiving us. You are bringing a deceived hope. You can't do anything. When you can even, do you know that as a coach, you can even do well than play? Do you know that? That if you stand watching the players, you can, when there's a halftime, you can tell them what to make them to win the match. But at that age, when you go there, you can't even move anywhere. He could not do that. Now that he's going to sleep in Asorok, that is what is. I'm not expecting anything. The stock market have shown that since yesterday. It's down.
Okay.
Everybody have lost interest in doing business in Nigeria originally. So we have to, that can continue.
Okay.
That will never hold. Thank you.
Otumba, we have about 3 or so minutes to wrap up.
I know it would come to that when it comes to this.
You saw my cameraman giving me a signal, but I mean, your party is one power, there's work to be done. What do you think are the first important things to do to win back the trust of especially the young people of Nigeria?
I think I've mentioned it earlier, and I think Tunde as well has mentioned it. And that's the reason why every one of us, every hands need to be on deck for us to assist.
Does your party appreciate that there are a chunk of the people who really are not expecting anything? They have given up on Nigeria almost. Yeah, but I think they were expecting so much, and we face a lot of challenges too as a government. You can't take away the COVID-19 of 2 years. But it's sounding like the Ghanaian government, and then Ukraine-Russia war too. No. I think those. You see, when you are being born by a rich person, and you are brilliant too, life will be more easier for you. Okay. What we made 2019 wasn't easy, but haven't I said that? I think we can do better. We're supposed to have done better. Okay. And that was the reason why all the three contestants were contesting for. So they wanted to change the system. And that was the reason why Ashwadu asked him. You see, he was not talking about his own candidate. This campaign after election, there shouldn't be a campaign. It should be what you are committed to do. Even his own candidate doesn't even, they don't know that they cannot guarantee that they can set up a good team. And all what they know, all what they are saying is that the president-elect is old. But they agree that he has achieved so much for himself as in a government and as an individual, and he has people that will work for him. Those are things you need. A team that will do the job. And have you done it before? Do you have the capacity to? You should. When Peter Obi was governor of Anambra, he was able to increase Anambra revenue with just 10%. And we are talking about somebody that has increased it in the same 8 years with 800%. So the difference are huge, and. We will continue to pray for him, for the president-elect Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and we'll be able to support him with the policy. He is a brilliant person, no doubt about that. And I'm sure he will surprise a lot of Africa. And from there, Africans will be looking for a old man to be their president. And that is when we'll be able to know that it's not about age, it's about what you have in your head. I know Tinubu will surprise people. Okay. And the whole Africa will say, no, it will be a shock. What will happen in government of Tinubu, it will be like a shock of what obedience did. That no, many of us never expected them to perform like this. And that's the same thing that will happen with Tinubu. Tinubu is going to do a lot and it's going to change a lot. I don't know the market he's looking at. The market was up since over 3-4 days ago and it's improved. But that's what it is that, this is a man that really understands what he's coming to do. It's not about you are looking at what people are saying. It's about what you have for yourself, what you can do. And when you are when people knows what they are coming to do, you communicate with that person, and the response is given. That's when you know what. So that is somebody that your minister that you are appointing and is coming to tell you, you'll be able to know where to correct him and what you need to add to what he or she has brought to you. So this is what we need in Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And all these things they have said it is not well, is sick, is this. They have done all that. They have thrown all that stone to him during the campaign. But majority of Nigerians still says no. Among these three people, we are going for this man, and they have done it, and we have had a president-elect. And there is nothing anybody can do. They should learn from what has happened to them during the election, during the campaign, and they should work towards it in 2027 if they will be able to defeat us. So this is what we are trying to do. And so we should all come together as a Nigerian. What happens? The politics has gone. The next thing is governance. We should all come together and build a nation we all desire. So Nigeria will rise again.
We are going. The glory of the nation is coming back.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. It's been an interesting conversation. I'm sure the Ghanaians who will watch would have some great insights as to the learnings that Ghana can learn from the elections in Nigeria. The MPP party is trying to do what your party has done to try and break the 8. I'm sure you have some lessons.
APC didn't break it.
I hope we are going to get ahead of 16 years.
PDP was 16 years.
Because what Tinubu will do in these next 4 years, we do that.
Of the first time being.
Yeah. So, but all the same,
when you said PDP deal, it was the democracy was competitive then? It was not competitive. We are not having two parties. We are having one party system when PDP was powerful. It was different because Ghana democracy was competitive. You have been a PDP member from the one. So it's just like when you could be able to do 16 years when the democracy is competitive. That is when you be able to talk. When you are talking about 16 years.
It's not competitive until last.
What are you talking about?
Anyway, gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. So I've been in the studio with Otumba Lukman Taiwo Bakari. He's the APC West Africa Public Affairs Director, and also been here with Chukwe Meka Nanji, who is the convener for the Labour Party, the Ghana chapter, challenging the result of the elections. Babatunde Adiola is my colleague here at the Africa Web Group. He's in charge of mynigeria.com. It's been an interesting and riveting interview. We are back another time with another interview. You've got to stick and stay and still watch GhanaWeb TV on our YouTube channels and read more about Nigeria on www.ghanaweb.com and mynigeria.com. My name is Daniel Ojo. We're back another time. Bye for now.
So I want to understand something. Three of you co-founded
DWP Academy.
the group.
Yes.
How do you split proceeds, as in profits, what monies that come in? How is it done? Like, does a greater percentage go to someone, or is it equally? How is the structure like in terms of?
No, I can't go into details with that.
Yeah,
but
just give me a fair
idea.
idea.
But like, I mean, we started it together, so nobody is bigger than anybody, or nobody has a higher percentage more than another person. You know, as to how we split, you know, percentage and all that, I cannot go into details.
But how come? How was it intentional that, or was it the case that you pushed?
Push Dance God more.
Yes.
Okay, so the truth is that, this started about 8 years ago. That's when I started managing Dance God. He's the one I started managing, because, you know, he told me about how the dance industry is and people don't pay well and how difficult things are. So I said, okay, I'm going to take it upon myself, you know. Like, so it was just like me trying to help a friend, because we went to school together, you know, and in trying to help a friend, it became more like a career, because I didn't go to school to study management or talent management or anything, you know. I'm into advertising. I was into advertising, so I was actually doing like 8 to 5, you know. So that was my full-time job, you know. But when my friend, you know, told me about this, I decided to take, you know, that path, you know. And then he came to me someday and said,
So wait, I'm not trying to interrupt here, but did you actually quit your job?
Yes,
to
at a point,
full-time on Dance
At a
God?
point I did. I had to, because I had to be running away from, you know, work to go for meetings. You know, it was difficult trying to, like, you know, do both. You know, so I had to, like, decide not to do 8 to 5 anymore and focus on him 100%.
So did you say you sacrificed?
Yeah, I did make a lot of sacrifices. Like, after school, I had to go and do my master's. I didn't go, you know. I decided to stay here because I started something with him. Like, imagine if I traveled, I mean, how things have turned out, you know. So those are some of the sacrifices that I made. Like, not like doing 8 to 5, which is more like of a secure job, where you know that at the end of the month, this is how much you're going to be paid, as compared to, like, you know, like dance at that time where nobody even paid 50 cedis. Like, everything we did back then was for free, you know. So it was a big risk, you know, like not knowing how things are going to turn out and then deciding to take that career path.
And if you look at the history of our parliaments, we're still hovering around 10% female participation in the House. I think the highest number we've got is the current number of 40 female MPs in Parliament. So as we continue to celebrate International Women's Day, it's incumbent on us to also look back and see whether we can do things differently to ensure that just as we have 50%, 51% females making up our population, the numbers of people who are women who are representing their gender. The House should look like Ghana in terms of the number of women and men. Parliament should look like Ghana does, where there's an almost equal representation of men and women in our population. Our House should also look the same. But we've come a long way. So it can't all be doom and gloom, but we can do so much more. Ghana, we pride ourselves as the leader on the continent in everything. But unfortunately, in this sector, we are lagging very, very far behind our peers in East and Southern Africa. And it doesn't look good for us, so we can do things differently. In my comments on the statements that were made by the Deputy Whip and the leader of the Women's Caucus, Honorable Lydia Alassane, I indicated that in 2012, we started by trying the Affirmative Action Initiative of the MPP, which advocated that women should be allowed to contest women. Not that there will be no contest, but if we allow women to contest women across both sides of the political divide, no matter who wins that seat, it will still be a woman representing that constituency. I think we need to revisit some of those initiatives. We've also spoken about the parties themselves. Now we're entering the primary season. I think we've even left it too late to start this conversation about what we can do to increase the levels of female participation in our governance. It is an indictment on us as a country that after so many years of independence, we still have very few women in decision-making in our country. It starts from the primary selection process. So I know the NDC is going for their primaries in May. MPP will also be doing theirs shortly. We are the two biggest parties in this country. If both parties decide that this time round we're going to do something differently, we thank them for reducing the filing fees for women, but it's not enough. It was done many terms of parliament, many electoral seasons ago. It still hasn't improved the levels beyond 10%. So we need to do something different and something drastic, if indeed we believe that we need more women in decision-making in our country. Now, historically, it's been proven throughout the years, and even using the statistics in my sector as an example, if you increase broadband penetration by 10%, you increase GDP 2%, you increase GDP by 10%. If you increase female participation in education, in academia, in all of that, the nation stands to benefit because they contribute more towards the development of the country. So we really need to do something different about the way we organize our politics. And I want the two big parties in this country, the MPP and the NDC, to revisit this conversation again, to encourage us to field more women during our primaries, women to contest women, so that at the end of the day, we'll have more women in politics.
My name is Baraka Fathia Pelpu, and I'm in class 5. I'm 11 years old. I'm bringing to you points that should be noticed in Ghana. There should be aquators provided in places where there's no water to promote hygiene in those various parts. Law should be stated that all sports cars should be seized. Abandoned lands should be given to the Forestry Commission if the land has not been attended for more than 12 years. There should be more trees planted every day. In every society, every kiosk will be seized and replaced with an apartment, which will be the same price as a normal kiosk, which will lower or decrease the chances of dying by flood. On every Saturday, experts will try and clean the gutters and surroundings with the help. This gets people employed. There should be hospitals and schools in Ghana. Cocoa farmers will be cherished all over Ghana. All our debts should be paid. Around Ghana, There should be air filters everywhere. You would pay a fine of 10 cedis when you throw rubbish on the ground. There should be new employees for sanitation officers, police, soldiers and doctors, inter alia. All market squares should be maintained well and properly to avoid diseases. There should be books provided in community libraries. Tourist sites should be maintained very well. Children at the age of 18 and below should be taken off the streets if seen wayward. More mental hospitals should be built to help the people on the streets with mental illnesses. All children should be vaccinated from the 5 killer diseases for free. Food and items should be donated to schools and all orphanages. Jail should be a punishment, but not a point that prisoners will suffer greatly. Protect all the animals in the sea every day from DDT. Imprison all the corrupt policemen. Donate money to the places that need help. Create dams to prevent vast floods. There should be a need to recycle in Ghana. The immigration services should not stop people who need help from other countries.
What inspired you to write down these solutions to Ghana's problem?
So when I'm walking around, I see poor children on the road which don't have mothers, which are supposed to be taken to the orphanage. And then I see choked gutters, which is very unpleasing because when people come there and they put their shops over there, I'm not sure people are going to buy from it, which will minimize the level of people getting jobs. People around just throw rubbish everywhere and spit on the ground, which is not very nice because other people can contract diseases from the spit that you leave on the ground and the rubbish and everything. Sports cars should be seized because some of them, their exhaust pipe bring out unwanted gases which are not filtered. That's why I want them to seize the cars so that people will understand the reason why we have to have good air to breathe.
Do you have plans of writing it out, publishing it?
No, I actually wanted to give it to my father so that he would do it.
Present it in Parliament.
Yes.
But do you ever wish to be like your father?
Yes, I even want to be a president.
And what are the key things you've seen about your father that inspires you to want to be like him?
He's very hardworking. He's very calm. He doesn't think about other people more than himself, and he doesn't think about himself more than other people. It's all equal and everything. He's not corrupt, and he takes care of us equally as he takes care of the people that need help from him.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange rate in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
the justices of the Supreme Court for not mentioning them appropriately. I acknowledge your presence, my lords. We have also with us distinguished heads of our independent governance institutions, such as the National Media Commission, the National Commission on Civic Education, the Electoral Commission, the Audit Service, the National Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. We have the chairman and the Secretary Generals of our political parties with us. I'm sure with their support, we will keep you well disciplined inside here. We have members of the Parliamentary Service Board and the former Right Honourable Speakers of Parliament. We have our distinguished former clerks of Parliament, particularly the veteran SN Dakwa, who started it all with KN Ayinsu before we gained independence. He is here with us. I hope you are learning from his pen. He has written a number of books on how Parliament works. We have our development partners with us, and also representatives of various civil society organizations. You know, on a daily basis, we have a very important partner present in the House and also in all our constituencies. I'm referring particularly to our friends from the media. They are here with us. And whatever you do here will be linked to your people in your constituencies. It's not a reminder to be of good behavior, but you know what that means. Honourable members, I now have the greatest pleasure to invite His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be here in this august House to perform once again one of the most pleasant duties on the calendar of the President of the Republic. That is to give honorable members and the Ghanaian people a message on the state of the nation in fulfillment of Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic. In accordance with protocol and convention, it is good to see that my wife, the First Lady, Rebecca Akufo-Addo, Vice President Mahamadou Bawumia, the spouse of Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Alice Adjoa Jonas Bagben, Chief Justice Kwesi Enin-Yeboah and Justices of the Supreme Court, Chairperson Nana Uto Sribo II and members of the Council of State, Chief of Staff of the Office of the President, the Honorable Akusia Frima Osei Opare, and officials of the Presidency, the Chief of Defense Staff, Vice Admiral Seth Amwama, the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufo-Dampare, and the various service chiefs are all present. Mr. Speaker, the House is also duly honored by the welcome attendance of the former Presidents of the Republic, Their Excellencies John Agyekum Kufuor and John Dramani Mahama. The former First Lady, Her Excellency Nana Konadu Rawlings, and the Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps. Mr. Speaker, it is the 8th of March today, and that means it is International Women's Day, the day set aside globally to honor all women. Please allow me to acknowledge and appreciate the significance of the day and heartily congratulate women all over the world, and especially women in Ghana, for the role they play in realizing the dreams, cares, and aspirations of humankind and of this great nation. The presence of women leaders at both the local and national fronts have advanced rights, enhanced equality, and in general, improved the living standards and quality of lives of all concerned, including that of men. The theme for this year recognizes and celebrates women who are championing the advancement of transformative technology and digital education. Mr. Speaker, apart from my own personal fond memories as a member of this House, Parliament stands as a symbol of our democracy and its values. It stands as a reminder to all of us that our country has chosen to travel on the path of democracy, and at the heart of that journey is the idea that the government can only govern with the consent of the people. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we stress this point, because after 30 years of democratic practice, we may be tempted to take it for granted. We need to remind ourselves that our compatriots, the majority of whom are in their early adulthood, have no personal recollection of the struggles that got us to this point in our development. In the same way that only a small percentage of our population can recall life under colonial rule, similarly, the memory of dictatorship, one-party rule and military rule is receding into the dim past, and the struggles that have brought us so far are disappearing into the recesses of history. However, because Parliament directly represents the citizens of our nation in this hallowed chamber, it will always be the reminder of those struggles. It is important we never forget that democracy is not a static achievement, but a process that needs continuous nurturing. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we must remind ourselves that in our country's political history, it is the restoration of Parliament to its proper place that has always symbolized the restoration of power to the people. And dare I say that when constitutional rule is interrupted, it is Parliament that is shut down. The other arms of government continue to operate. 30 years ago, this House convened for the first time to mark the commencement of the Fourth Republic. The early years of the return to democracy were fraught with challenges, but the years have seen the deepening of our democratic culture to a point where a candidate of the minority side in Parliament today presides as the Speaker. This is no mean achievement. Given the way the numbers shaped up in the House after the 2020 elections, many cynics and skeptics predicted a doomsday scenario for this Parliament. But instead of a meltdown, we've witnessed considerable cooperation and unity of purpose among all parties and factions. This is to a large extent a measure of the maturity of our political culture and democracy. We will need even more of such bipartisan maturity to meet the challenges confronting us at this time. Today, we live in a country in which we enjoy complete freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, and political affiliation. Indeed, freedom of speech has now reached such heights that even members of the diplomatic corps feel able to join in our national discourse and pronounce on matters that will be problematic for Ghanaian diplomats in their countries of origin. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me the important thing in our free speech environment is actually to try and hear each other instead of raising the decibel level of our individual points of view. Mr. Speaker, to come before this House to deliver a message on the state of the nation is a symbol and practical demonstration of accountability. And I have always treated the occasion with the utmost respect. This address offers us, as usual, the opportunity to provide an honest assessment of our country's situation and seek the support of all in addressing it with hope and confidence. Mr. Speaker, when we make an assessment of what the state of the nation is, it would necessarily have to include what state it was in yesterday, the state it is in today, and what state it will be tomorrow, based on reasonable grounds of expectations. How far back should we be looking to make a judgment on the state of affairs today? Mr. Speaker, I believe that the issue above all that is quite properly dominating the concerns of all Ghanaians is the gravity of the economic situation of our country and how we can quickly stabilize the economy and work our way back to the period of rapid economic growth. Our currency has been buffeted, our inflation rate has been very high, and for the first time in our lives, debt exchanges have become the language of everyday conversation. As such, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a departure from the usual format of messages on the state of the nation and concentrate predominantly on the economy, which will enable me nonetheless also to make some statements about the state of our agriculture, education, energy, health, infrastructure, mining, tourism, and security. This is not to belittle the contribution of the other sectors to the growth of our country, but I believe the exigencies of the moment justify the position I am taking, particularly as all sector ministers continue to provide official updates on happenings in their respective sectors. I have said, and many others, including the managing director of the IMF, have said that our economy was doing well until COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine, was doing well until COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine took us off course. Mr. Speaker, I will be heard. Hansard has to record me. I will be heard. Maybe because of the severity of the present difficulties, or maybe because it suits their preconceived agenda, some people are unwilling to accept that we were on a good trajectory until the arrival of COVID-19. The Ghanaian people, however, accepted this proposition as evidenced in the results of the 2020 presidential election, which were unanimously endorsed and upheld by the 7-member panel of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, allow me to go on a short trip down memory lane and remind ourselves what things look like back at the beginning of 2020, when I came to this house to give an account on the state of our nation. This is what I told this house on 20th February 2020, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, in 3 years, we have reduced inflation to its lowest level, 7.8% in January 2020 since 1992. For the first time in over 40 years, we've had a fiscal deficit below 5% of GDP for 3 years in a row. For the first time in over 20 years, the balance of trade, that is the difference between our exports and imports, has been in surplus for 3 consecutive years. Our current account deficit is shrinking, interest rates are declining, and the average annual rate of depreciation of the cedi, as it is lowest for any first-term government in the Fourth Republic. Our economic growth has rebounded to place Ghana among the fastest-growing economies in the world for 3 years in a row, at an annual average of 7% GDP growth, up from 3.4% in 2016, the lowest in the last 3 decades.
May we listen in silence? Please, it's my duty to protect our guests, and I will do so without fear or favor.
The international investor community has recognized the development, resulting in Ghana today being the largest recipient of foreign direct investment in West Africa. The sovereign credit rating agencies have upgraded our ratings and also improved the outlook for this year, notwithstanding the fact that it is an election year, unquote. Mr. Speaker, that is where we were at the end of February 2020. 3 weeks after this speech, in which I expressed our sympathies and solidarity with China on the difficulties they were having with the new virus, our world changed. The virus I refer to arrived in our country and in the rest of the world with a vengeance. Within weeks, we were in the middle of a lockdown. Our airports and land borders were closed. Schools and factories and even markets were closed. The hospitality industry was brought to its knees. Our economy, like much of the rest of the world, went into a tailspin. We took many decisions, and we did many things which, according to the science, were the most reliable and trusted ways to save lives and livelihoods at the time, which may look strange and unnecessary today, but that is from the safe perspective of not waking up to check on the COVID-19 infection or death rate. Indeed, there were some who suggested that we cancel the national identification registration exercise and even postpone the 2020 general elections. Who would have thought that today anybody will be questioning the fumigation of schools and markets. I recall vividly the straight talking I received from a group of our most eminent physicians and other scientists on the urgency of fumigating all public spaces, including offices, schools, hospitals, markets, churches, and mosques. The few who could afford it even fumigated their own homes. Today, the science might be that such measures make no difference to the spread of the virus, but criminality or reckless spending cannot be ascribed to the decision to undertake such measures. Mr. Speaker, you might remember that we could not produce Veronica buckets fast enough. Today, it is not an obligatory item on anyone's list of purchases. In dealing with the crisis generally, I did not meet anyone brave enough to suggest the considerations of money should be a hindrance to anything we needed to do in the fight against the virus. I was, and I am grateful that the people of Ghana rose to the occasion, and together we went through the crisis and came out well by defying the doomsday predictions about the inevitability of dead bodies on our streets. I'm grateful that we saw the wisdom in helping each other, and I thank those who contributed their expertise, time, and energy to the fight against the virus. And I thank those who contributed to the COVID-19 fund that was set up to help us meet some of the expenditures. The economic consequences from the pandemic have been devastating. Mr. Speaker, it is precisely because the economic fallout from the pandemic is so widespread and long-lasting that it is important to show clearly that the COVID-19 funds, were not misused. It is critical that we do not lose the confidence of the people that a crisis that they were led to believe we were all in together was abused for personal gain. Mr. Speaker, it was government that asked for the COVID funds to be audited, and I can assure this House that nothing dishonorable was done with the COVID funds. The responses from the Ministers for Health and Finance on January 23rd and 25th, 2023, respectfully, have sufficiently laid to rest the queries from the Auditor General's report, and I believe any objective scrutiny of these statements from the Health and Finance Ministries would justify this conclusion. We did provide 518 million cedis of grants and loans to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises through the NBSSI, now the Ghana Enterprise Agency, in which 302,515 enterprises benefited, of which 60% were women-owned. These were MSMEs that were in distress as a result of the pandemic. For some traders, the receipt of 1,000 cedis made the difference between the ruin of the household and survival. In addition, 58,041 health workers were empowered to supplement the existing health sector workforce. Subsequently, all of them have been absorbed as permanent workers in the health sector. Frontline health workers were also granted 50% tax relief for the period. Was that something to regret? We should be ever grateful for the work that so many people did to keep all of us safe. All households enjoyed free water supply and huge discounts on electricity bills because access to water was a necessity to ensure people adhere to hygiene practices, and access to electricity was important as everybody was encouraged to stay at home. It also provided an economic cushion to protect lives and livelihoods at a time of difficulty. Today, the government's support for utility bills is being projected by some as a waste, or to use that word so beloved of some commentators, profligate. Mr. Speaker, the government took a deliberate decision to try and keep the inevitable disruptions across all our lives down to a minimum in the education sector by opening schools and education institutions as soon as it was made safe to do so. It was an expensive undertaking and not universally popular. But faced with the prospect of a whole generation of our children losing irreplaceable years of education, and the real likelihood of many of them dropping out of school, however, forever, we took the brave decision to open the institutions. Even then, it is worth pointing out that the school year has not yet fully returned to the predictable pre-COVID calendar. After the event, some might be tempted to forget the volumes of sanitizer and other logistics it took to keep the schools open and safe. In much the same way as some might now choose to forget the vitriol that came from some who should have known better, threatening hell and damnation when, according to them, the children start dying in the schools. Mercifully, we did not lose a single child to COVID in school. I would like to suggest that with the best will in the world, Mr. Speaker, no auditor can put a figure on the cost of keeping the children in school safely during that crisis, nor the continuing cost of the effect of the pandemic on our young children. Not the financial cost, not the emotional cost, and certainly not the social cost. But we must thank the Almighty that we have survived to repair the damage and begin to rebuild our economy. Beyond the use of COVID funds, there are legitimate questions being asked about how the country's debt situation got to where it is. Mr. Speaker, let me state emphatically that we have not been reckless in borrowing and in spending.
Honorable members, it's not yet your time to say, wait until that time arrives. Please, honorable members, I will allow spontaneous reaction to statements, but I will not allow debate of the statement. Your Excellency, you may proceed.
It is worth noting that the debts we're serving were not only contracted during the period of this administration. Mr. Speaker, we have spent money on things that are urgent, to build roads and bridges and schools, to train our young people and equip them to face a competitive world. Considering the amount of work that still needs to be done on the state of our roads, the bridges that have to be built, considering the number of classrooms that need to be built, the furniture and equipment needs at all stages of education, considering the number of children who should be in school and are not, considering the number of towns and villages that still do not have access to potable water, I dare say no one can suggest we have overborrowed or spent recklessly. Yes, I've been in a hurry to get things done, and this includes massive developments in agriculture, education, health, irrigation, roads, rails, ports, airports, sea defense, digitization, social protection programs, industrialization, and tourism. We can be justifiably proud of the many things that we have managed to do in the past 6 years. As I go around the country, I hear the pleas for more roads, schools, hospitals, and as the rainy season comes, I wish, as every other Ghanaian does, that would have built more drains than we have. And I wish we have the resources to do more. But Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the amount of work that we have done, especially in the road sector. Roads constitute the largest number of questions asked in this House by members of Parliament. A large amount of the monies we borrow are for road construction. Shall we dare stop constructing roads? Mr. Speaker, I would like to state categorically that this government has built more roads than any government in the history of the Fourth Republic. And Mr. Speaker, the details of all these roads are attached in the annex to this message. I have done so because last year when I made a similar pronouncement, I was met with howls and gasps of incredulity from the minority benches. And so I thought it appropriate this time to present it as an annex to the statement. Which will be part of Hansa. Beyond the construction of roads, Mr. Speaker, this MPP administration has implemented successfully a national identification system with the Ghana card, constructed more railways than any government in the Fourth Republic, established the Zongo Development Fund to address the needs of Zongo and inner city communities. And under their auspices, we have conducted more infrastructure in the Zongo communities than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Constructed more NCA licensed fiber optic cable than any other government in the Fourth Republic. 90%, 93% of the total. Increase the proportion of the population with access to toilet facilities from 33% to 59%. Increase the number of public libraries from 61 from independence until 2017 to 115 in 2022. Provided more equipment, vehicles, ammunition, etc. to security services than any other government in the Fourth Republic. We have successfully implemented the digital address system, improved significantly the financing of governance and anti-corruption institutions like the Ministry of Justice and Office of the Attorney General, the National Commission for Civic Education, SWAG, EYOCO, and the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Implemented the One District, One Factory initiative. In 4 years, 106 companies are in operation under 1D, 1F. 148 factories are under construction. This is the largest expansion of that sector since independence. Constructed more fish landing sites than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Established Africa's first national scale electronic pharmacy platform, provided free Wi-Fi to 700 senior high schools, 46 colleges of education, 260 district education offices, an initial successful pilot of 13 public universities. Introduced drones in the delivery of critical medicine, vaccines, and blood to people in remote parts of the country. And today, Ghana has the largest medical drone delivery service in the world, with zipline distribution centers in Ominako, Mpanya, Vobsi, Sefiriwoso, Ketekrachi, and Enum, and overseen an improvement in revenue collection with the introduction of an e-VAT and e-invoicing system. For example, figures from 19 tax-paying companies onboarded onto the e-VAT system revealed total recorded monthly sales increasing from 222 million CDs in November 2021 to 720 million CDs in November 2022. Again, in December 2021, total monthly sales of 284 million CDs also saw a huge increase to 1 billion CDs in December 2022. Indeed, the evidence of how state funds have been used to improve our society is all over the country. No district or constituency has been left out. And I believe there are many Ghanaians who will vehemently disagree when some say there's nothing to show for all the funds that have been at my government's disposal. Mr. Speaker, I would like at this stage to brief the House on how the talks with the International Monetary Fund have been going since the announcement on 1st July 2022 of our intention to engage the IMF for a funded program. Mr. Speaker, having reached a staff-level agreement on 12 December 2022, after 5 months of intense negotiations and completion of most of the prior actions required under the agreement, we are on course for the IMF staff to present to the IMF Executive Board Ghana's program request for a $3 billion extended credit facility by the end of this month. Mr. Speaker, the 3-year IMF program, anchored on government's post-COVID-19 program for economic growth, aims at restoring macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability whilst protecting the vulnerable. It is a strong reform program which relies on front-loaded fiscal measures to increase domestic resource mobilization and streamline public expenditures to support inclusive growth and enhance social protection. Mr. Speaker, I thank the House for its support throughout this process, including the passage of key revenue laws. However, a few more of these measures, namely the Income Tax Amendment Bill, the Excise Duty and Excise Tax Stamp Amendment Bills, as well as the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill, are outstanding, which need the urgent attention of the House and passage to complete the prior actions. This will put us in readiness for our presentation to the Fund Board, and more importantly, bolster our domestic revenue mobilization efforts. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that given the extent of the fiscal and debt sustainability issue we are addressing, fiscal adjustments and structural reforms are not sufficient for restoration of debt sustainability. A critical component of the measures we're implementing to address the current economic crisis is the debt operation, involving both domestic debt and external debt. The debt operation is aimed at returning the country to debt sustainable path by 2028 by reducing the debt to GDP ratio on a general classification basis and in present value terms from 103% in 2022 to 55% by 2028, and reducing the external debt service to revenue ratio from 29% in 2022 to 18% by 2028. Mr. Speaker, in order to achieve these goals, the decision was taken to execute a domestic debt exchange program, in addition to fiscal adjustment, external debt operation, and structural reforms. The participation rate of 85%, representing tendered bonds of 83 billion cedis out of the total eligible bonds of 97.7 billion cedis, constitutes significant success for the DDE program. The 83 billion cedis bonds that were successfully tendered also represent 64% of the outstanding domestic debt of 130 billion cedis at the end of December 2022, as pension funds have been expressly exempted from the DDEP. I want to take this opportunity to thank organized labor, pensioners, pension fund managers, the Ghana Association of Banks, the Ghana Securities Industry Association, the Ghana Insurance Association, the Individual Bondholders and Retirees Forum, and all others who have contributed to make the domestic debt exchange program a success. Mr. Speaker, I know it has been said over and over again in the past weeks, but the voluntary nature of the DDE program bears repeating, as is the fact that the government is committed to honoring all coupon payments and maturities in respect of both old bonds and the new bonds, in line with government fiscal commitments. Mr. Speaker, we're also making progress on the external debt negotiations since the government announced an external debt service suspension on 19 December 2022 for certain categories of external debt to ensure an orderly restructuring. This suspension is an interim emergency measure toward a comprehensive external debt operation which will contribute to the restoration of our debt sustainability in line with our request for debt treatment under the G20 Common Framework. I want to express our appreciation to members of the Paris Club and to the People's Republic of China for the cooperation they have so far exhibited to us in attempting to reach an agreement and in their attempt to establish an official credit committee. We look forward to their fast-tracking the needed financing assurances for IMF approval. We are confident that with their cooperation, we will reach our March deadline for going to the fund. Mr. Speaker, we remain resolute in our vision to restore macroeconomic stability and promote inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, government recognizes that sustained growth must be deliberate, especially in a global landscape marked by forces of technology, trade, and intense competition. It requires a combination of leadership, social cohesion, and deep investments in core capabilities of people, firms, and institutions to harness our opportunities. That is why, together with our private sector counterparts, we're anchoring Ghana's medium-term growth drivers on competitiveness, integration, adaptation, and digital innovation, all aimed at raising per capita GDP from the current $2,500 to $4,500, aligning with the Ghana Beyond Aid Charter by 2020. Mr. Speaker, concluding the arrangements with the fund will not restore our fortunes overnight, but it will set us on the road to recovery. With fiscal discipline, will regain the trust and confidence of our business partners and the investor community, which will give us space to continue our productive plans and policies. However, in addition to our engagement with the fund, we're also seeking and implementing some original and innovative ideas to try to solve our problems. For example, the Gold Purchase program by the Bank of Ghana and the Gold for Oil policy are creative uses of our resources, which are already bearing fruit. These policies are aimed at achieving two results that are critical to the health of our economy. Firstly, they will help us preserve foreign exchange, especially the US dollar. And secondly, they will enable us to stabilize the price of oil products, such as petrol and diesel, on the domestic market. We have already seen some success on both fronts, with the price of US dollars and petroleum products falling since we announced the policy and began to implement it. The average price of petrol at the pump, which had risen to 20 cedis a litre in the middle of December 2022, is now 13 cedis and 80 pesos a litre. The price of diesel had risen to more than 23 cedis and 70 pesos a litre, and is now selling on the average at 13 cedis and 80 pesos a litre, which is a reduction of almost 10 cedis a litre. We expect this trend of falling fuel prices to reflect soon in our daily lives, since transport fares affect the price of everything. I hope the trend of prices going up and down, going up and coming down, become a regular feature of our retail economy, as being demonstrated in the fuel prices. Because as we all know, prices, especially of petroleum products, used only to go up in our country. I do worry about the external expenditure on security at our borders, but we do not have a choice but to spend resources to keep our borders safe. We dare not compromise on the safety and security of our nation. And my first responsibility as your commander-in-chief is to keep all of us safe. The foundation for all development is the safety and security of our nation and its people. The reality of the state of affairs in our neighborhood demands that the government goes to great lengths to ensure the security, safety, and stability of our nation. The threats of terrorism and violent extremism surrounding us require that we pay maximum attention to protecting our borders and working in collaboration with our neighbors to keep our country and the region safe. This is the prime motive for the Accra initiative, which is already yielding results. Mr. Speaker, I'm able to cite here some of the equipment we have provided the military to help them protect us all. Allow me to list a few. The Army has received 104 armored personnel carriers, 70 utility troop carrying vehicles, 20 armored vehicles, 85 assorted Toyota vehicles, 50 Ankai buses, 40 Jeep Jade vehicles, some explosive ordnance disposal equipment, large quantities of communications surveillance equipment, varying quantities of weapons, and 4 unmanned aerial vehicle systems. And the Ghana Navy has taken delivery of 4 offshore security vessels and 4 Zodiac boats. We've also continued the process of upgrading the housing needs of the security services. The Barracks Regeneration Project Phases 1 and 2, the Military Housing Project Phases 1 and 2, and the Ghana Military Academy Infrastructure Project are expected to be completed and handed over by the end of May this year. Mr. Speaker, We continue to pay attention to the police service. We can now see more of the police on our streets in the urban areas. Ever so gradually, driving on our roads is becoming more orderly. I note that even motorbike riders now stop at traffic lights. Things are improving. $504 housing units comprising 72 one-bedroom and 432 self-contained units have been completed for the police service. Recently, I delivered 100 pickups, 600 motorbicycles, and 6 armored personnel carriers to the police service to boost operational capacity. For the first time in our nation's history, the police service has dedicated helicopters to help with its operations. Mr. Speaker, I must share some good news with the House. I am particularly proud of the dramatic intervention government has made to tackle the long-lasting and utterly disgraceful problem of dilapidated and inadequate number of courts in our country. Many of the courts have not been fit for purpose and do not provide suitable facilities for the efficient administration of justice. The inadequacy means that people have to travel long distances to gain access to courts. As someone who for years earned my living as a practicing lawyer, I have first-hand experience of the unacceptable state of courthouses around the country, and I'm glad to inform the House that we are resolving this problem. Through the Ministry of Local Government and the District Assembly Common Fund, government has embarked on the construction of 120 courthouses with accompanying accommodation for judges across the country. Indeed, 60 have been completed, and the others are at various stages of completion. For the first time ever, we have the happy situation of purpose-built courthouses with accommodation that are waiting for judges to be appointed to put them to use. 6 new regional high courts fitted with judges' residence are also being constructed in the new regions, i.e. Ahafo, Bono East, Northeast, Oti, Savannah, and Western North. 3 of the courts, that is those in Northeast, Oti, and Savannah, have been completed and commissioned. Those in Ahafo, Bono East, and Western North regions will be completed by April. Mr. Speaker, I had the present duty on 17th October 2022 to commission a new modern Court of Appeal complex in Kumasi, together with 20 townhouses and a guest house to serve as permanent residences for Court of Appeal judges based in Kumasi, who are mandated to handle appeals from the northern part of the country. The Asante Otunfo Setutu II, who generously gave the land, was present at the ceremony. It is a truly magnificent sight, and I recommend it to honorable members who go to Kumasi to pay a visit and see it for themselves. In addition, 210 vehicles were earlier in 2022 distributed to all judges in the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, Higher Court, and lower courts. Mr. Speaker, it is a well-known fact that in this administration, TVET and STEM feature frequently in all conversations about education. Technical and vocational education are being given the place of honor they deserve. Since the realignment and introduction of free TVET, enrollment in TVET schools has increased from 13,000 in 2021 to 47,000 today. And all the indications are that this is a trend that will continue. In 2022, the TVET service recruited 3,400 staff, the highest in the history of TVET in Ghana, to accommodate this development. I was told last week about one young person who was placed in Achimota School in the current school placement exercise and has turned it down to go to a STEM school. I think we are making progress. The strides we're making in education are already changing lives and changing the narrative. As of this year, nearly 2 million young people have benefited from the free SHS policy. Predictions that the policy would lead to a lowering of standards proved wide, very wide of the mark. On the contrary, the results under the free SHS have shown a systematic improvement, and as a result, 2 million young people have either found a way to further education, training, apprenticeships, or employment because of the free SHS policy. I'm proud of the additional educational infrastructure, especially the provision of ultra-modern classroom blocks for several schools, which are equipped with laboratories, ICT centers, and libraries. The establishment of 10 STEM centers across the country, including one in Accra, to aid the study of engineering and robotics. Construction has also started at the University of Agricultural Science in Bunsu in the Eastern region. Mr. Speaker, apart from the enhancement of revenue and the judicious use of resources, we are all agreed that we need to do something about our huge import bill. Last year, I set up a 5-member ad hoc cabinet committee to work on a policy to enhance domestic production and export development with a fourfold strategy. 2, 1, reduce the country's import bill in the short, medium, and long term. Enhance domestic productive capacity in selected products. Generate widespread employment opportunities. And 4, diversify and expand our export capacity to Africa and beyond, especially through the vehicle of the African Continental Free Trade Area. In 2021, Ghana's total import bill was put at $13.7 billion United States dollars, according to GRA ICOMS. On the evidence of existing local productive capacity, we have identified a list of 20 priority products in the categories of primary agricultural products, processed foods, and manufactured goods, where we can confidently enhance domestic production. Amongst these are rice, fish, poultry, fruit juice, sugar, tomatoes, vegetable oils, oil palm, fertilizers, pharmaceuticals, soaps and detergents, insulated wire, ceramic products, corrugated paper and paper board, cement and clinker, and motor vehicles. The report on the implementation modalities to enhance domestic productive capacity in these products has been prepared, and once confirmed with your approval, the new Minister for Trade and Industry will roll out urgently a series of initiatives to implement the government for the youth and women, the Youth Start program. This program seeks to support young entrepreneurs to gain access to capital market training and technical skills, compliance and quality assurance support, and business development support services that will enable them start, build, and grow their own businesses. Mr. Speaker, the Youth Start program was successfully piloted in 2022, with 70 youth-led businesses benefiting from the initial 1.98 million CDs. Subsequently, a total of 288,800 applications have been received and are being processed by the Ghana Enterprise Agency for full operation. Mr. Speaker, government remains committed to infrastructure development. Working with the private sector, we continue to explore the use of public-private partnership arrangements as a financing alternative to the delivery of critical public infrastructure, such as the Accra-Tema motorway extensions, Accra-Takoradi motorway, and the Sugankope-Lome transboundary water supply projects. In addition, Mr. Speaker, The $750 million United States dollar Afro-Exim Bank facility, which has been secured, will make it possible for us to construct many other roads and interchanges, including the long-awaited four-tier Swami interchange. Mr. Speaker, we have now reached a point where we feel the impact of technology as an irreversible way of life. We have digitized many processes. The Ghana card has become a one-stop shop for Ghanaian identity and its usages. We're fully convinced that our embrace of an investment in information technology and the digital infrastructure will help us to redefine our traditional concepts of time, space, speed, and nature of conducting business within our society, economy, and culture. Information technology helps all segments of society to be integrated and transformed through connectivity in facilitating the production, distribution, and consumption of information within the whole economy and society. We have integrated many processes within the digital environment, and for this, we have to recognize the efforts of many component parts of the government, such as the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, the National Identification Authority, and especially the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahood Bawumia, who I understand has been nicknamed E. Bawumia. Our need for technological reinforcement within all our structures and spaces is unending, and we will continue to push the frontiers of our engagement with the technologies of information, economic development, and human transformation. We must be cheered by the improvements being made in the National Health Insurance Scheme to make access easier. The scheme is currently one of the better digitalized institutions, and I hope they get the public support that they need. I note in particular with satisfaction that they have developed a self-enrollment mobile application, My NHIS app, that allows Ghana card holders to self-enroll in the scheme, and this application enables registration and renewal for oneself and others by linking NHIS cards to Ghana cards. In 2022, over 5 million members' data was linked to their Ghana card to enable them to access health care using the card. The National Health Insurance Authority has also improved its claim management processes with an emphasis on e-claims and paperless systems at all 4 claims processing centers. In the year under review, electronic claims processing was about 70% of all claim submissions. As of 31st December 2022, the scheme paid a total of 1.014 billion cedis to health service providers. Mr. Speaker, our drone delivery service is firmly established. And Ghana now has 6 centers for zipline drone services, making Ghana the largest aerial logistics distribution network in the world. Zipline, through the national scale drone delivery services, has delivered some 14.8 million units of life-saving medicals, vaccines, and blood products to health facilities in Ghana by the end of 2022. Childhood vaccines top the list with the delivery of 8.3 million doses, followed by 2.05 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines. Mr. Speaker, I must say, however, that the current shortage of some childhood vaccines in the country has concerned me greatly. This shortage, if prolonged, will affect negatively Ghana's childhood immunization program, which has been recognized as one of the most successful in the world. The WHO has only recently expressed worry about a steady decline in measles vaccination coverage globally because of the concentration on the fight against COVID-19. In accordance with our desire not to become part of this global trend, government has taken steps to ensure the stocks of these vaccines are procured and supplied as a matter of urgency and emergency. The Ghana Health Service has developed an elaborate program to catch up on children who have missed their vaccine immediately stocks arrive. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage all parents and caregivers to ensure that eligible children are vaccinated once this program begins. No child should be denied access to vaccination. Mercifully so far, not a single child has died as a result of the outbreak. This House has already passed into law the National Vaccine Institute Bill, which is yet to be brought for my assent. In the near future, this institute will ensure that no matter what happens to the global vaccine supply chain, we can produce our own vaccines locally. So, Speaker, government continues to prioritize agriculture as one of the driving forces for economic transformation. The experiences and lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict justify sufficiently our increased investment in the agricultural sector. Indeed, the sector recorded significant successes with an average growth rate of 6.28% 2017 to 2021. This consistent growth over the period has translated into improved food security, job opportunities along agricultural value chains, and availability of raw materials for industry. To address the vexed issue of post-harvest losses, we have constructed some 65 warehouses, with the remaining 15 at advanced stages of completion. This intervention is adding some 80,000 metric tons to national grain storage capacity. $29.9 million United States dollars worth of machinery and equipment have been procured from Brazil to boost mechanization. Government will this year commence preparatory works for establishing a tractor and backhoe loader assembly plant in the Ashanti region, and continue capacity building of operators to ensure effective management and prolong the lifespan of agricultural machinery. Mr. Speaker, the impact of climate change and variability on global agricultural activities is a call to all of us, and indeed all countries, to adopt appropriate technologies and other innovative practices for sustainable agriculture and resilience against food insecurity. Government's response, among others, has been to continue to invest in irrigation infrastructure, both large and small scale, across the country. In 2022, government completed the rehabilitation and modernization of large-scale irrigation schemes at Tono, Bong, and Bong Left Bank projects. The three schemes are expected to provide 6,760 hectares of irrigable land for all year-round crop production. Phases 1 and 2 of the Tamne irrigation project have also been completed, with phase 3 of the project at 57% completion. Mr. Speaker, we are now at the most difficult stage of electricity provision around the country. The parts that are left are the very difficult to access area. The national electricity access rate increased from 79.3% in 2016 to 88.54% in 2022, making us amongst the top 6 in Africa, and we're still expecting to achieve the 90% universal electricity rate by 2024. To reduce transmission system losses and voltage fluctuations, and to improve the overall quality of power supply, old lines are being replaced on the western, eastern, coastal, and middle corridors. It is worth noting that 3 new substations have been commissioned between 2021 and 2022, thereby improving reliability and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House that the Electricity Company of Ghana ECG, has since the last quarter of 2022 embarked on an aggressive digital transformation program. In the first phase of this program, set to be completed by end of April 2023, the focus is on creating a cashless and efficient payment system. I'm pleased to announce that on 1st March 2023, all ECG district offices became cashless. This is a major achievement by all standards. Since the start of this transformational program, we have so far seen a 25% increase in the monthly revenues. The second phase of the program will see the digitization of postpaid bills and the digital tagging of all meters. In our estimation, these initiatives should increase the monthly revenues of ECG by some 40% before the end of this year. I firmly believe that the initiatives which have been so boldly rolled out by ECG will make revenue leakage a thing of the past and address consumer pain points in their interactions with ECG. Mr. Speaker, we continue the fight against galamsey with the support of the security agencies in the short term. However, we're determined to promote responsible small-scale mining through community mining schemes. So far, 16 of these schemes have been commissioned, with 3 more to be commissioned by the end of this year. All these schemes are supported with gold catchers, pieces of equipment designed to help small-scale miners to extract gold from the ore without the use of mercury. In 2021, I launched the National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program. The program employs several youth in the production of seedlings and reclamation of degraded mine lands. Currently, reclamation is going over 1,000 hectares of degraded lands in Ashanti, Eastern, and Western North regions. Mr. Speaker, on the international front, I should state that having gained a seat as a non-permanent member of the Security Council for the years 2022 and 2023, Ghana, as one of 3 non-permanent African members, is working vigorously to push the African agenda, which includes the fight against terrorism and the reform of the UN Security Council. I'm pleased to state that good progress is being made on the reform of the UN Security Council. A U.S. president, for the first time in the person of President Joe Biden, and the French president, Emmanuel Macron, have both embraced the reform process. It is our hope that the leaders of the 3 other P5 members of the Security Council will soon do the same and help bring about this much-needed reform that will bring greater effectiveness to the work of the United Nations and the Security Council in the maintenance of international peace and security. We continue to be active members of the African Union and ECOWAS and support strongly measures both bodies have taken against unconstitutional changes in government in our region. We're working with our partners in the region to strengthen regional cooperation in the fight against the terrorist menace in West Africa, hence our commitment to the Accra Initiative. Mr. Speaker, our decision to prioritize tourism as a key policy for economic diversification, job creation, and growth is clearly paying off. The World Economic Forum report of 2021 Travel Index ranks Ghana as the #1 tourism destination in West Africa. The potential contribution of tourism and the arts to GDP is therefore one that we must nurture and emphasize. Both domestic and international tourism are rebounding significantly from the severely disruptive impact of COVID on the travel and tour industry. International arrivals nearly trebled last year from a low of 355,158 in 2020 to over 915,000. Domestic visits to tourist sites are also up by over 55.7% during the period. All these have been made possible by deliberate marketing initiatives and upgrades of tourist infrastructure by the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture and its agency, the Ghana Tourism Authority. The Beyond the Return initiative, which I launched in 2019 as a sequel to the Year of Return, has reignited excitement about Ghana as the hub and a mecca for the global Pan-African, a home every person of African descent must visit at least once in their lifetime. A few days ago, at a historic ceremony in Washington, D.C., we conferred Ghanaian citizenship on Mother Viola Fletcher and her brother, Uncle Red, 108 years and 102 years respectively, two of the only three living survivors of the Tulsa Massacre of 1921. In May this year, I'll be chairing a tourism stakeholder retreat on rethinking tourism for national development and job creation. I've tasked the ministry and its agency, the Ghana Tourism Authority, to work on the modalities to bring together all the stakeholders within the industry. Over the next couple of years, my government will deepen even further our efforts to make tourism a strong primary source of growth for the economy. Mr. Speaker, Monday was 6 March, our Independence Day. And this year, we had the main celebrations in the Volta region. I made the decision to rotate the Independence Day anniversary celebration in order to enhance the cohesion and unity of our nation and to make it clear to all segments of our population that we are all part of the One Ghana project. I'm glad to inform the House that it was a happy and grand event set against the breathtakingly beautiful background of the Addai-Nimoh Mountains. Mr. Speaker, 60 years since our independence, Ghana has taken steady strides to become a more developed country. The Ghana of 1957 is not the Ghana of 2023. We've come a long way since the days of our 6 million population, with very few modern amenities for its people. Today's population of 32 million, with a growing stock of modern infrastructure, spanning drones to supply medicine, to the Ghana card which identifies each of us as proudly Ghanaian. As President, I have championed the innovation of policies and the execution of projects that have helped improve the quality of life of the Ghanaian people. And God willing, I'll continue on a path that brings the most benefit to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, things may be dire today. Nevertheless, we must count our blessings. Our petrol stations have fuel, and we've been spared long winding queues to fuel our vehicles. Our markets and shops are, by the grace of God, well stocked, and we have not been faced with the prospect of the rationing of basic necessities such as fruits and vegetables. Our children's schooling has not been interrupted. We've continued to provide free SHS, free TVET, and paid teacher and nursing training allowances. Our electricity supply has been consistent, and we have been spared the hardship of doom so during such a trying time. Our country continues to be stable and at peace. Throughout history, there are many instances of nations going through periods where dark clouds create shadows that momentarily shield the yearned-for vision from sight. Such moments should not be ones in which despair takes over. Such moments call for strength of character, sense of purpose, and an abiding commitment to the general good. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, fellow Ghanaians, let us believe in ourselves and in our capacity to overcome the problems that are before us. This is a phase, and with every fiber of my being, I am certain that this too shall pass. We have done it before. and we will do it again. May God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your attention.
Well delivered.
Thank you.
Well delivered. Honorable members, honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 58, I wish to convey to His Excellency the President the gratitude of the House. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. In fact, the leadership generously decided to use more than a week to debate this address. And honorable members will all have enough time to have a say. And that is why I wanted you to listen first before you can respond. I want to thank all of you for the cooperation, and particularly His Excellency for attending upon the House to perform a constitutional duty. We are extremely grateful. Honorable Majority Leader, is there any indication regarding, I'm going to restrict you, the adjournment of the House? In other words, Honorable Leader, can you move for an adjournment?
Speaker, we have listened to the President, who was on his feet for 1 hour, 20 minutes, to indeed lead us on a path
of righteousness to really identify where indeed we are as a country. The facts and figures do speak for themselves. But of course, the Speaker, as we have all seen, immediately thereafter, some people rose up and sang a chorus that all belie. Mr. Speaker, as we said, we are going to have ample time to debate the content as presented to us. But clearly, what we have seen is symptomatic of what we are going to say from tomorrow. We have made up our minds, don't convince us with facts. That is the attitude of some people. And the Speaker, is 12 noon, not yet 2 o'clock, and preparatory to the beginning of the debate tomorrow, and not to dilute whatever has been said and indeed presented to us and to the nation. Speaker, I would on this occasion move that this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I so move, the Speaker. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, let me also thank His Excellency the President for the presentation of the message of the state of the nation. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, there is indeed a widespread of despair and disenchantment among our people. Millions of Ghanaians are going through unbearable hardships and excruciating pains. Our economy is in its worst shape in decades. In fact, Ghana's economy is bankrupt or insolvent. We are currently unable to repay our debt. Ghana has officially defaulted in the repayment of our debt since January 2022. Mr. Speaker, yet, Mr. President, your government is failing to cut down on the size of government and public expenditure. Ghana is witnessing hyperinflation, largely because, Mr. President, your government allowed the Bank of Ghana to print 50 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2022 and another 4 billion Ghana cedis in the year 2023 first quarter. Mr. President, let it be noted that this expenditure financed public expenditure on the overbloated government expenditure. Our position is that inflation is currently rising. Monetary policy rate is also at 28%. Ghana cedi is at has depreciated by 20% in January alone. Mr. President, unemployment is exceedingly high at the record levels. And as we speak, Mr. President, lending rate is at 40%. Mr. President, our economy is in tatters largely because it is self-inflicted. Your government inflicted it on us and failed to act. Mr. President, this is your scorecard. This is your scorecard. And this is the true state of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I second the motion.
Honorable members, Honorable members, I'm sure you now see the wisdom in my earlier statement restricted them to just move the motion for adjournment. You all know I was there before. Experience is the best teacher. I now put the question. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, today is International Women's Day. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all our beautiful ladies here and all ladies in the world for partnering men to get us this far. I want to assure all the women that I am here for you. Honorable members, as a result of that, with the request of the women caucus leaders in Parliament, I approved a facility for all our women here to proceed tomorrow to reach out to all women in their constituencies and women everywhere in the world. Honorable members, this is part of the 30-year celebration, and I want all the men, honorable men here, to partner the women to make an impact this year. With this, I put the question again. How many times do that? As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. I I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, 9th March. Thursday, 9th March 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
So I want to understand something. Three of you co-founded
DWP Academy.
The group.
Yes.
How do you split proceeds, as in profits, monies that come in? How is it done? Like, does a greater percentage go to someone, or is it equally? How is the structure like in terms of?
No, I can't go into details with that.
Yeah,
but
just give me a fair
idea.
idea.
But like, I mean, we started this together, so nobody is bigger than anybody, or nobody has a higher percentage more than another person. You know, as to how we split, you know, percentage and all that, I cannot go into details.
But how come? How was it intentional that, or was it the case that you pushed?
Push Dance God more.
Yes.
Okay, so the truth is that, this started about 8 years ago. That's when I started managing Dance God. He's the one I started managing, because, you know, he told me about how the dance industry is and people don't pay well and how difficult things are. So I said, okay, I'm going to take it upon myself, you know. Like, so it was just like me trying to help a friend, because we went to school together, you know, and in trying to help a friend, it became more like a career, because I didn't go to school to study management or talent management or anything, you know. I'm into advertising. I was into advertising, so I was actually doing like 8 to 5, you know. So that was my full-time job, you know. But when my friend, you know, told me about this, I decided to take, you know, that path, you know. And then he came to me someday and said.
So wait, I'm not trying to interrupt here, but did you actually quit your job?
Yeah, so
to
at a point,
full-time on Dance
at a point I did. I had to, because I had to be running away from, you know, work to go for meetings. You know, it was difficult trying to, like, you know, do both. You know, so I had to, like, decide not to do 8 to 5 anymore and focus on him 100%.
So did you say you sacrificed?
Yeah, I did make a lot of sacrifices. Like, after school, I had to go and do my master's. I didn't go. You know, I decided to stay here because I started something with him. Like, imagine if I traveled, I mean, how things have turned out, you know. So those are some of the sacrifices that I made. Like, not like doing 8 to 5, which is more like of a secure job, where you know that at the end of the month, this is how much you're going to be paid, as compared to, like, you know, like dance at that time where nobody even paid 50 cedis. Like, everything we did back then was for free, you know. So it was a big risk, you know, like not knowing how things are going to turn out, and then deciding to take that career path.
And if you look at the history of our parliaments, we're still hovering around 10% female participation in the House. I think the highest number we've got is the current number of 40 female MPs in Parliament. So as we continue to celebrate International Women's Day, it's incumbent on us to also look back and see whether we can do things differently to ensure that just as we have 50%, 51% females making up our population, the numbers of people who are women who are representing their gender. The House should look like Ghana in terms of the number of women and men. Parliament should look like Ghana does, where there's an almost equal representation of men and women in our population. Our House should also look the same. But we've come a long way. So it can't all be doom and gloom, but we can do so much more. Ghana, we pride ourselves as the leader on the continent in everything. But unfortunately, in this sector, we are lagging very, very far behind our peers in East and Southern Africa. And it doesn't look good for us, so we can do things differently. In my comments on the statements that were made by the Deputy Whip and the leader of the Women's Caucus, Honorable Lydia Alassane, I indicated that in 2012, we started by trying the Affirmative Action Initiative of the MPP, which advocated that women should be allowed to contest women. Not that there will be no contest, but if we allow women to contest women across both sides of the political divide, no matter who wins that seat, it will still be a woman representing that constituency. I think we need to revisit some of those initiatives. We've also spoken about the parties themselves. Now we're entering the primary season. I think we've even left it too late to start this conversation about what we can do to increase the levels of female participation in our governance. It is an indictment on us as a country that after so many years of independence, we still have very few women in decision-making in our country. It starts from the primary selection process. So I know the NDC is going for their primaries in May. MPP will also be doing theirs shortly. We are the two biggest parties in this country. If both parties decide that this time round we're going to do something differently, we thank them for reducing the filing fees for women, but it's not enough. It was done many terms of parliament, many electoral seasons ago. It still hasn't improved the levels beyond 10%. So we need to do something different and something drastic, if indeed we believe that we need more women in decision-making in our country. Now, historically, it's been proven throughout the years, and even using the statistics in my sector as an example, if you increase broadband penetration by 10%, you increase GDP 2%, you increase GDP by 10%. If you increase female participation in education, in academia, in all of that, the nation stands to benefit because they contribute more towards the development of the country. So we really need to do something different about the way we organize our politics. And I want the two big parties in this country, the MPP and the NDC, to revisit this conversation again, to encourage us to field more women during our primaries, women to contest women, so that at the end of the day, we'll have more women in politics.
My name is Baraka Fathia Pelpu, and I'm in class 5. I'm 11 years old. I'm bringing to you points that should be noticed in Ghana. There should be aquators provided in places where there's no water to promote hygiene in those various parts. Law should be stated that all sports cars should be seized. Abandoned lands to be given to the Forestry Commission if the land has not been attended for more than 12 years. There should be more trees planted every day. In every society, every kiosk will be seized and replaced with an apartment, which will be the same price as a normal kiosk, which will lower or decrease the chances of dying by flood. On every Saturday, experts will try and clean the gutters and surroundings with the help. This gets people employed. There should be hospitals and schools in Ghana. Cocoa farmers will be cherished all over Ghana. All our debts should be paid. Around Ghana, there should be air filters everywhere. You would pay a fine of 10 cedis when you throw rubbish on the ground. There should be new employees for sanitation officers, police, soldiers, and doctors, inter alia. All market squares should be maintained well and properly to avoid diseases. There should be books provided in community libraries. Tourist sites will be maintained very well. Children at the age of 18 and below should be taken off the streets if seen wayward. More mental hospitals should be built to help the people on the streets with mental illnesses. All children should be vaccinated from the 5 killer diseases for free. Food and items should be donated to schools and all orphanages. Jail should be a punishment, but not a point that prisoners will suffer greatly. Protect all the animals in the sea every day from DDT. Imprison all the corrupt policemen. Donate money to the places that need help. Create dams to prevent vast floods. There should be a need to recycle in Ghana. The immigration services should not stop people who need help from other countries.
What inspired you to write down these solutions to Ghana's problem?
So when I'm walking around, I see poor children on the road which don't have mothers, which are supposed to be taken to the orphanage. And then I see choked gutters, which is very unpleasing because when people come there and they put their shops over there, I'm not sure people are going to buy from it, which will minimize the level of people getting jobs. People around just throw rubbish everywhere and spit on the ground, which is not very nice because other people can contract diseases from the spit that you leave on the ground and the rubbish and everything. Sports cars should be seized because some of them, their exhaust pipe bring out unwanted gases which are not filtered. That's why I want them to seize the cars so that people will understand the reason why we have to have like good air to breathe.
Do you have plans of writing it out, publishing it?
No, I actually wanted to give it to my father so that like he would do it.
Present it in Parliament.
Yes.
But do you ever wish to be like your father?
Yes, I even want to be a president.
And what are the key things you've seen about your father that inspires you to want to be like him?
He's very hardworking. He's very calm. He doesn't think about like other people more than himself, and he doesn't think about himself more than other people. It's all equal and everything. He's not corrupt, and he takes care of us equally as he takes care of the people that like need help from him.
Now, oh me.
Obek kanokre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Ghana for Mosomfo Mesama Makwaba at the bank Komoho ewa GhanaWeb TV so wiki munyina nsem no de bia kogu yie pa Nigeria for atoaba e ma celebrities ni bi chirema anya de achese won chirema krono bi akoso ntine ni abato won anya de a ombeji e de atum ne wo Ghana hanom nso de emu odin yie pa dan na asamo chirema won nso opeso ye running mate e de ma MPP ne wa e beto aba e de ma wa be flag bearer bia no pese oye running mate e de ma nsem we nyina tafie taban we twame wosima me ba bibia ni a me dia somo Me sama mo akwa ba biem e de ba nkomo ho e wo GhanaWeb TV so mo somfo ma me akuachi na we de ye tu fan na ye tu fan e de akọ eye Nigeria memu na nsama koso wo ho no miye pa ifiti Saturday a etwemu na choso mo start so mo tu aba na nya senketokra Wednesday ya no mo di bibia ekokogu ye no mo wie ye no no mo chirema e ade a papa ba kwa e fene se Bola Ahmed Tinubu no e na ya fa no se Nigeria mampani na ne ba ne celebrities bi choso actors singers ne mo keka ho etwema adabi David we dia ankoye bi mo so eni age e wo hu ye pa na kana yo no oye sini twani ye pa che so gini din ye pa o trema na nka March 1st a ye declare winner no sa da no e na nka wo so ogini birthday 61st birthday na so esa se ne niam esi akono trema birthday no wenye ndi bi kwa ne video di phone scene so e record ne che se minute ahodo ankasa che se na nya asem ketokra o trema about wo no ankoye na ye wo so bo bia na e wo se ye de bo INEC fo be Mahmoud Yakubu esa so trema eniema se ne etie wa ade da wo pefe eye clear se eye Labour Party pape Peter Obi ani wini enso so mo se da bi time mo da kwa komati ni bo esa so no na ban na efis ni nti kana yo trema wa paya chese odwen wan nya de obeji aba no e de ato ekoko wie krada ni 61st birthday no na chese agegwa atonsu ma birthday no enya nkoso biem na ebi sunu na ebi so sere ene Desmond Elliot ono so ekomi akoye se election see course we dey akoye pan e dey ama no sense na ban e na ewi ni achase nya asem ketokra ni otisi krom enu omanfo ni agye nwumade esi so outumu se ni je ni de na emu odin ye ankasa ye otumu se na ban aba ni abade na achase otumu se ni botom no de e ba be ye de ye pan na mu otisi so no omanfo ye trem chase bi mu trema Desmond Elliot na dey nsunye e dey nsu wa wonim sa ade abai ankwa amati ni wi enso so magye atamani ate bare na mwacha na pape etumi na chase wagye abo ne bo achase nya asem ketokra no so Desmond Elliot trema ono de nya na asem se pa se Tinubu etumi ewi ni abani hia ne so wawi ni nyame adom so wawi ni de ne celebration ni na nya asem ketokra nyume ne brass band emu systems ne ne nke common phone so ene otwifo ne de se ne so obo wedi no obo kwame no obo kojojo tumu se na entertainment ne ni je ne de ekoso ye pa sansa na ban eye Tinubu aba so na chese wo so gine ni ye pa na chese enya asem ketwa na ewo Nigeria sensem ye mo so na yes ni twani Mercy Johnson obi anim so kopie mu ewo Edo State a ono so ne ni kunde campaign ni de omo ye bi ye pa omo bo adwuma nyame adom so eba ye na chese Mercy Johnson ni kwen fe Prince Okoje nyame ye na dom e ma chese seat na wa fa na se ono so ba be mra che bedwani e de ama ye Edo State for na otumu so fa ni ko ni kun image bi odi bi be to social media otwem sa me kun wa bon ho modin ye pa we de ye win na chese sa da ne de e fie de enya sanketoka ni titru ni anadunu tumu se ya de ombebo adwume ye pa na so Mercy Johnson e chirema ode nyame ase so otumi aboa ni kun Prince Okoje ma no so sisi ano waba be mra che bedwani e de ma Edo State a otumu se enije na e kama ye pa na obepie mo so ewo Ghana ha no ma nse Ghana de Ghana ni a Nigeria ni omutumi kan asem yetumi kan omasem na mra ye declare Tinubu so na ye wi na Kwame A+ ndi oba Ghana ha no ma na no du echire ye pan ne nsema enye no o kan bi ne ye so de obo aba so oni e fa shas ne Ghana chese enya asem keto akra to se omo mienu makwafa Tinubu asisi ye declare no so no na ye wi na ewo Nigeria na infoni we so woko yi free hin obi a entumi hu obi onkofa free yo eno mafa Tinubu na kwako mu chema wa hye labia ene wa hye Muslim for mu chei bi na o mu hye etumu se de na o musiro na e fashion nega chemu ya to aba about 5 days or 6 days no ni etumi ba mu ni a ono de on de ye hwan a chese oni asem bi aka saran so na Kwame A+ so de ne de ba to won ma o twemu se ono so hu mamai on ke bi se mu se na we na mo pede a ono Kwame A+ na efia de mu chema o mu nye hwe kana so ne on be kwa ne se nyame kopon aboa mu no de Tinubu abayi nkwa ye hwe nim se nye be koso bia no o mu so ma twe o ma so ne o ma no o mu twen bibia be si bia no o mu so ma be tudwa na Ghana fo so ehu ni a eko na watching so dear John Dumelo ene ye bagana na chese ya kan Ghana so politics kakra na watching dear yes ni twafo mienu Frank Nuama na mpo Fred Nuama na afi ye John Dumelo mo so chese ya omu trema on person mo ye mrahye bedwafo e de ma eye ayawa so West Wogon potem ye jowulu potem ne nkeka wa chese mo odin ye pa na o mafo ni se John Dumelo say afi 2020 o koko gina ya chese no ne ma Lydia na so ko wie mo na chese ne ma Lydia yetumi asanfa na konwa back ene ba no John Dumelo atwe no kakra ko na chi kakra na kyesa afi ne 9 na no manfo adwin so when e wo voter region na kyesa akwa ne dwuma e wo honom ye danya ne ya no wasa de abeto social media o twemu sa me ana me call ye so masia baby me ba ya me ba be prayer kyesa enya asem keto akra me ba na kyesa me so ba be jimidin e wo me political field na kyesa otumu se o san baby no ba be prayer ma Lydia no trinity pia e be hwane se owura ba konso no so yesini twani e ye frɛ no amanso e kire ma John Dumelo sa na wo se wo kosa wo kwade na me so maba me ankasa me ne maami e ba be contest sisi ano akoye nipa me sisi ye hu nia e koso but bibia ni a GhanaWeb se ne ye na ye de bebrem na ni omo de omo dwumedi na omo de waje ntwe betu dwa na celebrities ahodo na bebre na etrema we de ye ni se ni hwe be kan ye be kan ne se ye be bom aba so na be valley afaglo se actors enyo omo tonyo ne nkeka wo bia congratulate omo twemu say okay so we na mo de atoma koma so sem pese mo ye de ye ni hwe kan se yanka se be ka so o ma ya de na o hwe amaya Debra ono no o trema John Dumelo versus friend Nuama otumu say ade mu be dinye Beverly etrema vim and I am Adam GH so e be congratulate you mo Saran so na Skin White ono so abonsem e de amomo Selasi Ibrahim etrema my settle is coming like kakai Miss Jean so say yes babe na chese otumu say omo nyina anu de a na chese obi a bono mo de na mpo no mo de mo support ama ye celebrities me ni say am ye omadom ene wa be wi ni bia no ye hia ne so betumi aba na obo a nso aba be boy entertainment industry no na Frank no Fred Nuama na afi John Dumelo hu sense wi mu na owura ba ko otonyo musician friend no say mensa etwema Ghana for we are finished because I say ebi mo no ma un say usually uni obi atena se acha na po no uni mo bi wo baby a na so hu so nipa no peso ye baby a wo ho kwan say otimi ka won se me de fa ensan so uni so nipa e bia no ye papa na say no she danya papa sa into hu say nkofo mienu ye de aba betu ja o twemu sa mo so pese mo ye members of parliament okay no problem that's cool but onu de o twema onu hu say nkofo mienu we a omo ba be prison person mo ye ma she bedwofo e de onu mensa e twema onu de on sheda and supporting this because also some of them onimo fit in collaboration in the council so one be gina or some person be machebedwafo de mensa no woman on de na dwemu en sin kakra ntinke be ya omo nko mo chi kakra won no mo sheda nhwehwe ni mo sin be ya ebetumi abo na cheso maternity ni bibia na ma me dan na samwa ayonto tunwumie pa e wo Ghana ha no mo kirema wasum MPP amanyoko ni ye pa me mo ayedin ankasa nto no de Australia nkopon sa Astra MPP party ni sese nyame adom ene Kennedy Japan Alantre Matio chese eye ba omi omo miensa ni nyina no obi e beto aba de ama no bia so ma meye flag bearer e fa ma MPP amanyoko no omo bu omo ko na chese omo show omo chi ye pa no omo nominate anampo omo for no dan na sama na chese meye running mate e fa meye MPP amanyoko ni sanso yo bia wa bo no homodi ye e sanso manfo nim se MPP amanyoko de dan na sama enwum abobi ye pa ne rallies ahodoe so odi akoni aba ni to 2020 krado chema ekufo ado na nchese nyankopon apa no ne doba ba ko pa chese ko wiem no na ekufo ado so etumi ewi ne no no twemu se nyame adom na se moto aba na flag bearer bi ombenya bia no mbo mo modia na chese mo nsho machi na da na samwa ye be fa no be running mate enfa mo mu bia isanse wa ye ready pa o twen omo na ye free politics mu kakra ne en kansem fofon so na watwi mware wo sempa ebeto dwa ne seras nene cheso on de oye manipa so asiri ye pa ebeto dwa se na 3 months old baby wato na nanom ewon siedo na areho ye pa no ankasa danfo konfu kolege na cheso de beto dwa o twemu se ata o yare kakra cheso bi ehu ne esi ebe hu an so de beto dwa o twemu se yade a ras nene elusi na 3 months old baby en to twema actors Ghana for obi an fa shedin ne messages mu fa ma eras ne isanse yade a ohia pa nti GhanaWeb yenso begina hanom ne aka che ras ne se ye ye mo no ne busuafo nyina ye mo nyina ye shedin na yumtini Celestine Donko etwema ono ansa na obehye de dwumedi a yefeno se celestial praise no na cheso no hit song a de no hit song pa na oni bio oni bako kra no nyuma na saa time no won nyina ye supernatural into no otrema we are artists na se wo call a stage so a e wo so bo ho modi abeto nyuma ene onkorofo na omo ma ba concert ni bi ebetumi ato along but e come kwa so no saa time no na enwum no kra oni bi supernatural pe no ntina ehu abo no ahye na chese odwen ho a onte ase ba ne nyen kwankwagu no nyankopon etumi boa no ma ne celestial praise no otumi ye ya na cheson de ochema asedan kwan ne okopie mu e wo Joy FM for mu dwumedi entertainment show a cheson mo ye na odi sanse fo no nyina etu dwa na nsam ne de bebre wo ho no pa na nso ansa na no metwa me ho sema bim na me ba bibia ho no bia no besan so de ahyehye so amamo Mesama mwakwa ba ede bank mo ho ewo GhanaWeb TV so mo so mfoma me akua me amenie na mekwa kopie mu ewo sister Efia na Efi odo omo akache na omo mienu ba Ghana hanoma ntokwape ewo mo ntem no bi nim se wan na age wan boy o me ma me akua de mintu minchire but se boy sem bia koso a mo mo mmodi na mo nsort ne house na sister Efia etrema ono sisi se de omo kobukom arena na chese de fight bi ba ne e kasa sister Efia ubegbo Efi odo ti adentia o de sa mano sa amanta ne keke na chese kache ne se bu no o chemo ono anka so be sepe no abro sisi Efi odo ama chese anka sa wo hu sister Efi odo na obo hu se nenim no asesan yie kra na chese enya sanketa nketa o chema Efi odo we de o se me nka nkyere o se bebi a wo bia ye ready mo no sister Efia se bebi obehia wo bia no bo ho modi an se fight ne bi ba chese o ba be show abo ema wankasa we feel good a chese enya sanketa akra na Ghanian actress Sugar Titi echwema ono se eba no mpem agro pa otumi call long hours per year panti me producer ba ko Hazel say no so no kona say ontimi mbon ho modi ana chese wu say no ntimi fa Sugar Titi chese ontimi fa na kwan so kra esan say Sugar Titi chema ono obe ride sisi anya moda mpem a ene 1 hour 2 hour na chese 2 hours na mo bo mu be wi a na chese mo akọ break bi mu ko break ni wi na chese ono no aba na chese mo san ato mo dwumadie no so o chema no any time mo de ba be waste afi no ba be 10 minutes 1 minute ni 10 seconds ono oni sa adaje no kra ne ba ufa na de ne tumpem abo hu modi ansa wo be wo ba be ye 1 hour and over nya fe na ba be ye I'm tired Sugar Titi echema wo ye bema na wo na wo mbo hu modi unnim mpem agra emfa na kwan so sense ono no mi oyo obi a chese age wan ba na kwemo be ride sisa mo anka sa wa fili na insentrenia wa kwadare on sentre adwuma ni mu pa eye na ba anamoa e de senfo bi atoja no so echire mu so no me oyo ba on pe bema ope aduane koso chema mema bi wo no manko wari omo a chese minutes bia aduane sinanim waka benku be 5 no betumi edi ni nyina that moment owi ansa na wasori asa ko pe koki bi e de etiza o chema no de wo ye bema na wo pe aduane bebra fan na komo mpesa ne bema de ma waduane ne rice ni ate half plate waje chicken bako salad kakra waje drink so kakra na esincha na nka kama so bema bi wo no ma ubekọ pan aduane sinanim no enye aduane keto na aba na mwasa ono mi she's too gentle for that onye ready so be ware bema o pay aduane enye week bia na wo sa wo ye aduane o se no so e line ben no ntimi de emema wa wo nim se woni wo na aba na mwam no o se me nka nche wo se nso wo pay aduane a emfa na kwan mu nyenya ne so aduane kakra bi brofo kakra na tete wo sa no you are accepted wo pay aduane a hwe no anfa na ni sansa ade ode be ye ono wankasa hwe ade a obefi hu na eye ekwapin polo a sisi ade ochema yemfe no hajia odi semfo bi atudwa ntisi ano de aba betudwa na nsomanfo nim se okofe eye DKB ano emekowiem no de na ye deja manfo etrema na wo kwakofa bema wonfo bi a wo chese onu mu stacha na obi a osonwa se ye no na kwakofa na wakofe na na fine ecosystem na ba ye no manfo ye hwe ni ma senka ekwapin polo ni DKB e ba be kan won sam na nka asem ni e de na sam ko na so amfa ba fe na chese ba be pie mu anampo akọ interview so odi nchemu aba ana wo hwe mu se unua ade ne fiane no coffee ne nye anything serious bia wa sesa ada no na DKB e ba be ye show che so ba be promoting show enti se na be ye be boa na show na etumi akọ na nyim na nti e na che so mo ye sa na nyankopo adom nsuntu ne omo ye no e ma show no etumi kọ na nyim ye pa nti so manfo ekeka san ne omo twempna e na ade ntina akọ coffee DKB na fine ko so twema hwi ni wono nothing is going on between them e kiss keke se na be ya e betumi aboa na che se etumi promote show nchamanfo munjai na mo ke kanisa se kwapin polo etrema sisi anu ntremu no etrema ne omode ye no just for promotion nti obia enka dem na chiaboso masa piemu wiki monso na wonfo nim last week do ko piemu e wo delay interview so odin semfo akoko tutu dwa e bi kra de no chemu sai e no ye beifo na fan ko si sen na wonfo nim sa na ada na ko piemu wo interview ne so no ka che delay be ma no ho kwan a obe ware na ma chese enya senketa kwa no no chema wo no mi owoni sika nyame ehira no chese bibia onyankopon e dia ma no isan so no wo no me bo sheba enti delay be ma no ho kwan a obe ware no kama na wa chese wa chere no star obe na life obema ni good life ankasa out musa na show ndi so de e mo edinya na delay etwe musa nti sisia na oba be de ama no chema wo de bohomode na ehia ne so obe ware mi tra bosom wo ware mi wi a bibia wo no bia no me be hyehye so mama ankasa so wa feel good ye pan e wo ho no na osofo tra bosom esan so e wo nsemfo e bi opese obisa Ghana for na afi delay na ochema opese obisa say aso heaven and hell e chamber and hall na okasa fa un say u read Bible na trosem no e wo look one baby na chese ye ka se ohia ni na afi sikeni na chese ohia sikeni no emra na ote ase no ene ohia ni bisa no hwia o ma no na so mo kopie mu no na chese ohia ni ko ba ne so ka kopie mu e wo heaven na chese sikeni no so wo hell sikeni ni ka che eye Abraham se be yan konfa ne nsa keke mbonsuom na chese konfa nto ne tekema so se ne be ya obetumi enya nkwane no na chirabos maybe say na since when did heaven and hell become cheme hall ati sia de obetumi te hall no de inside bonsuom e de ato tekema so me jade de ndi a hyiwi etumi abo ama chese bibia ajo fomondo ochema bibia o Bible ni monim nyina eye papa ba kokre no no ma eye no kreda no chema concept be no history be na chese Bible wankasa utumi catholic say e de cheme de na opa no chirabos me chema heaven and hell aso peso bisa Ghana for say aso heaven and hell chema and hall na we dey question na ye dey ama woni bebia ngbe hia atwa wosun bia won answer bia na utumi send e de man me ye sure say ono so beje so na chese odi nchechemu bia ama Eraba otonyo mosanso mpo eye nurse ni Ayona Rain ede eye chopa kese pa ede akwa Mesbi ono manfo enim se eye Ayona Rain na ne chese oni Mesbi ono mo ye good friends and kasa se mother and daughter afi 2020 mu ye be wan se omuntam atete ema na unim se Mesbi ono ne efi ahwanso de omuntam nheda anye fine afi de eye Ayona ifi hono ma no ne ode ne ho akwa boy efi ahwas ne ga chese na afi de omu kutia eye Mesbi emedani nsempim manfo ye chwe se Ayona ipa chese you grateful. How can you do that? Because utumu say Miss Belly no to me eboa o produce one yom ene nke kan we ba fe de ye be ho ani se wan kasa nim so ne efia o mo ntemu nhye da nye fa na fe de okoya ono nu ho akwa ne chese nsam no de ye bebre ye pa na no ye danya ne ya Ayona ye chwe ma wan kasa hu se wa ye Miss Ball boni ye pa no nso de chopa kese pasitia nyame akon no Ayona nsam nyema bebre ho no ma o pese oja to etwe sans mo se sisia no wo no aye bebre ube hu what a shock gone too soon. Oh, then just aye bebre nto no pese obewu a ebeda ne nsem na just na dwumu bebu ne fo nti no pese bibia enkonkoda din to bia waye ne boni bia ne chichiru pa ene Mesbel Ayona chema o sro fa ne boni nyina ache no na nsem akoso ne de anya de bi ebesi biom da nti yento ye ka tro se Mesbel bibia wo bia wo ba wasan ba ona se bon homodi na chese bibia wo no bia no fa ne boni nyina efa che no Gospel musician Mrs. Gifty Adoy no ko nice I me try impress Gifty etwema unua wo honom na akwa ware a bo homodi a we oba we ye be mo hu ni se cheating wo ni mi oyiri betumi afa wachi at any time ukunu betumi afa wachi at any time to wo kwa cycle wadwe na se wo kono ade abesia no no ene okwa wo ni ukunu partner munya agreement say odo so unim say I cannot stay with you pe say was me kwa abontin am to me koye bia wo honum to kwa abon homodi a na monya madwen ba ko na mu say yeah cheating dey normal na wo twema say wo san so mpoko na chese one cycle mind a wo be hu an say wo abodam esa say mema ye obi o mu ahum ti ye panti ne o ye oba na so ye anasepo ye be ma wo kwa abon homodi ne ono partner no cycle mind ye wadwen ye say me koi minim say anything can happen na wo kofa e de bodu ko e de suuti so a ade ebesi de ansha na akwa ha wadwen ti me de Gift Adoye so ofa me so ma me aka che Ghana fo nyina ene awarefo ne mo nso mo pese mo ware no sa wo kwa abon ho modern hu say cheating wo no mi something normal en konkofa no dindindin biara chese ebetumi akwakọ ha wadwen ebekwakọ wiem no kra na chese wetumi abodam na nsem o kan ye chi na Celestine Donko no so enyumtuni odi atodwa se ono de sa asem de onjintumu kra adenti na wo se wo kwa awawe obedi abeto wadwum san mi kwe cheating e ono chima it doesn't help o kon bo mo de se mo kona to make something work na chese munyina no madwendwen won na se ne be ma awawe no akona se o tumi bo mo de ka san ne me kwa kwa awawe mi se mi kun be cheat dia ono Celestine Donko chima nya dia one sansimfo na gift adoye kan no ne ye adwen kra yi nti woni kwa wari a so bon mo dia negote anything can happen but then and for wadwen en koso kwa time mi kun be cheating say na mi so mi kwen mi so ko boma bosu mu e de nya dia ansha na entumi amfa ma na Ghana nyumtuni screw face balagaza banana na ono na sam na mi ke o chemo manfo munim say nansen ka de anka chese obewu ani sao esanse omanfo bi ba sen compete so ma be poison na chese nya sanketa kra ono ochema wo onumi opobi a usually anampo yobi a usually opese ono kwa etini ba bi ku na chese wo je mframa na wo se pe drink kakra na we na chese kokoye bi na otini ba bi a chese wo gini di wo je drink obe won say among boys bi aba ono ma chese screw face we na say ye ne kasa afide o me wan say asentokwa bi e koso e we chi ono bebi no mo ka che ne say na si o ni in something that I will run, ne kwakra ne ekwachi koba nyina ne say oba ya drink ana onu ma wo jesi won sa na boy si e the poison e go drink nim na otwema oba ya ne drink no ofa no ne mu ba ko ka chen say da be me no man santa fe the drink ni si wo o say drink ne ni aye popopo asa yes style bi into ofa so o ko washroom o ko hwie drink na ko hu say sa na poison pan e good drink ante so no me a anka wewu anesa afi okoba ya ba bibi sa boys ya sen when na ye say ya oba ya boys no almost minyi fame oba ya obi ni honum to de futuo pan e de amagana fo ene obi bia se ene sa won bibia be bia no hwemu ye sanse nipa wonum ye trimosum cause onimo mu obebia wotumi aba so ba be poison no you may never know nti wo honum a na wa hwe hu ye nti e da nyame ase se wotumi abo ye screen face ne ho ban na slim bastard so de oyobi a chese ye banasa obon ho modi ye pa obonwum na chese o sanso e de aka na ekome akoye se na agrada e de nsimfo bi atodwa de afa slim bastard ho eno nti slim bastard chema agrada wakeka ke command ansem so me slim bastard masama wakan de utumu se we de ntokwa pa na chese wo twetwe de aba o chema you have bitten the wrong meter ani asem no de emu aye din ye pa no wonfo nim se na sen e na agrada etini tv so e twemu san ukopiem e wo UK memo a slim bastard anya asem keto akra chese wakwa ko repi 4-year-old girl bi enu ntino ya chi chese slim bastard atum afesu mpo no slim bastard ye gay chese insam de bebre na nsem yo kan yi na slim bastard twem se na nagrada wo manfo betumi de won nsem akọ no so na nya slim bastard na nsem ya waka fa me hu bebi kra hu nsem makwa ko repi obi bebi kra hu nsem mi ye gay no bra na betre mi slim bastard mu isansa ade a eba wo so no anya asem keto akra ntie de eguso a hwe ne ebesi bia no na watwe da se ne ebe sansumpo e de nyina aba beguni ahwe se nyansem no so ebesi e de akọ eni na slim bastard eguso a hwehwe na nagrada na chese omagye omudin e wo Ghana hanom de na enne he ya ne de nkomo wo honom ebe sanso asi midin eni ma me eche da se ne nso ye be sen hye na nsem akoso e wo entertainment industry ni mu nyina no ye de nyina e ba basomo na mo so wa fili ye pa ne ye ka nyina ne se ma mo aha e ma mo ache e ma mo adwo bebi a mo bia no bye bye.
And if you look at the history of our parliaments, we're still hovering around 10% female participation in the House. I think the highest number we've got is the current number of 40 female MPs in Parliament. So as we continue to celebrate International Women's Day, it's incumbent on us to also look back and see whether we can do things differently to ensure that just as we have 50%, 51% females making up our population, the numbers of people who are women who are representing their gender. The House should look like Ghana in terms of the number of women and men. Parliament should look like Ghana does, where there's an almost equal representation of men and women in our population. Our House should also look the same. But we've come a long way. So it can't all be doom and gloom, but we can do so much more. Ghana, we pride ourselves as the leader on the continent in everything. But unfortunately, in this sector, we are lagging very, very far behind our peers in East and Southern Africa. And it doesn't look good for us, so we can do things differently. In my comments on the statements that were made by the Deputy Whip and the leader of the Women's Caucus, Honorable Lydia Alassane, I indicated that in 2012, we started by trying the Affirmative Action Initiative of the MPP, which advocated that women should be allowed to contest women. Not that there will be no contest, but if we allow women to contest women across both sides of the political divide, no matter who wins that seat, it will still be a woman representing that constituency. I think we need to revisit some of those initiatives. We've also spoken about the parties themselves. Now we're entering the primary season. I think we've even left it too late to start this conversation about what we can do to increase the levels of female participation in our governance. It is an indictment on us as a country that after so many years of independence, we still have very few women in decision-making in our country. It starts from the primary selection process. So I know the NDC is going for their primaries in May. MPP will also be doing theirs shortly. We are the two biggest parties in this country. If both parties decide that this time around we're going to do something differently, we thank them for reducing the filing fees for women, but it's not enough. It was done many terms of parliament, many electoral seasons ago. It still hasn't improved the levels beyond 10%. So we need to do something different and something drastic, if indeed we believe that we need more women in decision-making in our country. Now, historically, it's been proven throughout the years, and even using the statistics in my sector as an example, if you increase broadband penetration by 10%, you increase GDP 2%, you increase GDP by 10%. If you increase female participation in education, in academia, in all of that, the nation stands to benefit because they contribute more towards the development of the country. So we really need to do something different about the way we organize our politics. And I want the two big parties in this country, the MPP and the NDC, to revisit this conversation again, to encourage us to field more women during our primaries, women to contest women, so that at the end of the day, we'll have more women in politics.
My name is Baraka Fathia Pelpu, and I'm in class 5. I'm 11 years old. I'm bringing to you points that should be noticed in Ghana. There should be aquators provided in places where there's no water to promote hygiene in those various parts. Law should be stated that all sports cars should be seized. Abandoned lands to be given to the Forestry Commission if the land has not been attended for more than 12 years. There should be more trees planted every day. In every society, every kiosk will be seized and replaced with an apartment, which will be the same price as a normal kiosk, which will lower or decrease the chances of dying by flood. On every Saturday, experts will try and clean the gutters and surroundings with the help. This gets people employed. There should be hospitals and schools in Ghana. Cocoa farmers will be cherished all over Ghana. All our debts should be paid. Around Ghana, there should be air filters everywhere. You would pay a fine of 10 cedis when you throw rubbish on the ground. There should be new employees for sanitation officers, police, soldiers, and doctors, inter alia. All market squares should be maintained well and properly to avoid diseases. There should be books provided in community libraries. Tourist sites should be maintained very well. Children at the age of 18 and below should be taken off the streets if seen wayward. More mental hospitals should be built to help the people on the streets with mental illnesses. All children should be vaccinated from the 5 killer diseases for free. Food and items should be donated to schools and all orphanages. Jail should be a punishment, but not a point that prisoners will suffer greatly. Protect all the animals in the sea every day from DDT. Imprison all the corrupt policemen. Donate money to the places that need help. Create dams to prevent vast floods. There should be a need to recycle in Ghana. The immigration services should not stop people who need help from other countries.
What inspired you to write down these solutions to Ghana's problem?
So when I'm walking around, I see poor children on the road which don't have mothers, which are supposed to be taken to the orphanage. And then I see choked gutters, which is very unpleasing because when people come there and they put their shops over there, I'm not sure people are going to buy from it, which will minimize the level of people getting jobs. People around just throw rubbish everywhere and spit on the ground, which is not very nice because other people can contract diseases from the spit that you leave on the ground and the rubbish and everything. Sports cars should be seized because some of them, their exhaust pipe bring out unwanted gases which are not filtered. That's why I want them to seize the cars so that people will understand the reason why we have to have good air to breathe.
Do you have plans of writing it out, publishing it?
No, I actually wanted to give it to my father so that he would do it.
Present it in Parliament?
Yes.
But do you ever wish to be like your father?
Yes, I even want to be a president.
And what are the key things you've seen about your father that inspires you to want to be like him?
He's very hardworking. He's very calm. He doesn't think about other people more than himself, and he doesn't think about himself more than other people. It's all equal and everything. He's not corrupt, and he takes care of us equally as he takes care of the people that need help from him.
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Would you send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25, and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Daswani. I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello, Kiran. Welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
I'm
Thank
very
you
well.
for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I think you've been in Ghana for, like, should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which is which? Which one?
I love wache. I
Okay.
like jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh, wow.
I don't know
That's
if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes.
Oh,
I
that's
like good
nice.
light soup.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired, and luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had three options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Oh,
We
okay.
we just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, do you dream of having such a big space or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. and we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall. They are developing ANC Village in OEB, so there we're also going to be building a residential complex within the ANC Village.
Okay. Yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing. I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking, or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people asked me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just... Yes.
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very
yes,
important.
Yes,
you should always have the right team for
Yes.
your business to
Yes.
help it spread and
Yes.
grow to reach this level.
Yes.
Yeah. So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father,
Yes.
children,
Yes.
there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean, your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company, and construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside the steel, you don't know how many coats of paint. So there's a lot of, like, you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house, and I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired, growing up, people that would get passive income. Like, I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, you know, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was like older at that time, and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly diaspora.
Targets? Okay.
From the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from, actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly. I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, you know, we do want to protect your investment, and I think having the let's say like units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell. It would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost in the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors, you know.
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversation so far, but we are going to check out what the Greens Estate Company has for us, so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the Greens was to, as the name suggests, the Greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the Palm Street, and as you can see, You have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all of that. So basically, that is the vision. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, and one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. Okay. That is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. Okay. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you learn about the prices we have.
Okay, sure. And so whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international?
Basically, we do local. I mean, the vision of our CEO is also that we want to get the community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source our materials also from here in Ghana. Yes.
Okay. I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana. Exactly. And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light burgundy? Terracotta. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, I mean, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. Okay. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. I mean, we have gray, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a gray. Okay. But so it just blends in. It gives you a very bright community.
Okay. Yeah. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy?
Okay, so maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. Mm-hmm. We have a gymnasium.
Okay.
We have a multi-purpose court. Mm-hmm. And then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we'll have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. Okay. We'll go and see that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
How much went into all these? Okay. What plans went into putting these edifices?
Okay, so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. Okay. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2-bed terraces. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything, 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3. And then ongoing, we have some 1 bed as well. I'll show you that as well. Okay. Very beautiful.
Okay. In terms of space, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. Yeah. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space?
Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have. And so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our phase 3. Mm-hmm. You have your parking to your left here. Mm-hmm. You have the building there. You can go all around the building.
Oh, okay.
You have also some greenery to your left as well. And so, I mean, we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes.
Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful.
Exactly. Okay. So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of additions to it. Mm-hmm. You have spaces for families to sit around for families. You have a lot of greenery around there, so there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility.
Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have?
Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses as we speak. We are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run.
You have to rush while the deal is still hot.
Exactly.
Okay, that's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3. I want to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. You have the gym. And then you have also a multi-purpose and a swimming pool. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is the recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a unit, a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool, I think there's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about up there.
Exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. But let me not catch you, but we also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to do some investments can consider a 1-bed apartment here.
That's fine.
For Airbnb. I mean, it will give
Airbnb,
you very good,
yes, I was going to ask if you do Airbnb. Okay, so take us round and let's see what you've got.
Yes, so here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done. Ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow, even for babies. You can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough? For the 108?
Oh yes, I mean this is about 15 by 8 meter pool, so quite very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters of gym space with washrooms, male and female, with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
yeah, I see.
And then up here is our rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there to look at.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of this.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They are not completed yet, so maybe if
we can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space.
Okay.
You have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Oh, wow. The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly. And then the bedroom here. Exactly. A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are building our last gate. And so, I mean, it's been a beautiful experience for me, a learning experience, and we thank God for it, for how far He's brought us.
Well done, actually. So tell us about the space.
Okay, so this is about 252 square meters of space.
Okay.
You have a pergola here for if you want to sit under a shade, and then we have a bar.
Okay, so this is where the bar will be.
This is where the bar is going to be. So we have also a kitchen as well, a kitchen in there. Then you have washrooms.
Okay.
We have about 4 slots of washrooms in there for visitors.
Okay.
It gives a very beautiful view, as you can see from here.
Yes, actually.
Up here.
So you can even watch your kids.
Play from
here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch your kids play from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it open to outsiders or just homeowners here?
Yes. So what we're trying to do is to be able to manage the influx of people from outside, and so we have an external gate that brings people from outside to come and enjoy the space, while not disturbing the community. So as you can see, the whole recreational area is fenced.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a biometric, access system from outside into the estate. So once you're a member here, you can just access and come in here without necessarily going through the estate. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Talking about fencing and all that, I would like to talk about security.
Yes.
How secured is the place?
Extremely secured. I mean, we have a 24-hour security. It's, as you can see, you saw there, it's manned. We have a second gate here as well, which is also going to be manned. Okay. And as much as possible, we try to incorporate other things to enhance the security. So the perimeter fence wall is actually electrified. I mean, we have electrocuted ones. And then we're also adding on CCTV cameras into the estate and all that. And so just to enhance the security of the estate. All the street lights are solar powered. So that when there's blackout, you still have, some lighting.
That's good.
Yes.
That's a fair deal.
Exactly.
I mean, aside this space you have, is the Greens planning to move on to another space? Because I remember you told me this is your final unit or your final gate you're constructing.
Yes. So definitely yes. I mean, we are in this for the long haul. So as we can, just right behind these properties, we have a land there which is starting very soon. And I mean very, very soon. So those who want to book their units should talk into us. We have another one probably coming up in OEB as well. So, I mean, we have other developments coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the final phase of the whole project.
Yes.
How long is it going to take to complete the final phase?
So we're actually looking at by June of this year we should be out of here.
June of this year?
June of this year we should be.
All things being equal?
All things being equal, we should be getting out of here. Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about drainage. I don't see the pipes. I don't see things I'm not supposed to see. Open drainages and all that. Yes. How was that? How did you
So as
do
our
that?
tagline goes, refined living. What we try to do is to keep a very safe environment for kids and also give a very hygienic, environment for our inhabitants. So what we've done here is that we have an underground drainage system, as you can see here. It also serves as a walkway.
Okay.
So all our drainages are underground. And then as I indicated to you last, all our street lights are also solar powered.
Exactly.
So when there's blackouts, the homes can have lights because they all have 1.5 kV solar panel, solar inverters, and then the street lights are also lit because of the solar lighting.
Okay, so meaning you're walking the talk of being an eco-friendly estate company.
Exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So we are moving to a show house. Prince here is going to show us what exactly a house at the Greens look like. So come along and let's show you what's up. Okay, so this is a typical entrance.
Yes, so this is our 3-bedroom, known as the cedar. As I told you, all our houses are named after, nature, so cedar is a form of a tree.
Okay.
Exactly, so this is our 3-bedroom.
All right.
Yes.
So should I call this a grand entrance?
Exactly. What we have done is to give you a very big, it's our 1.3 meter door.
Okay.
It's quite very wide.
Okay. So where are we starting from? The hall?
Let's go to the living area.
Okay.
Yes, so very beautiful, I guess.
Yes, I see.
Exactly.
Neutral colors. Well, that's my kind of furnishing.
A lot of people like these colors. Exactly. Yes. So what we have done, to your left here, you see a very big sliding door. Similarly, we have one to your right.
Okay.
Exactly. So that is what we call, it gives you cross ventilation. So you don't always need to have your ACs on. You can just, shift one door here, slide another one here. You have a mosquito netting here, so you can just slide, and then you enjoy the fresh air. Okay. It also gives you a lot of lighting into the house, so you don't have to always put on your artificial lighting. So
I see a lot of modern decorations. I mean, with regards to the ceilings, the lightnings, the tiles. You know, I was looking at something on Facebook actually, and you know, people were teasing landlords or complaining about landlords that they use a lot of brown and you know those multicolored kind of tiles. But I see this is quite different for their buildings. So
simplicity, they say, you know, it's the way to go.
Okay. So does the client have an option to have a furnished house?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we are very open. We are very open. So if you want us to furnish for you, we can also do that for you. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the TV sits here, and then the couch.
The couch here.
Okay. All right. So we go upstairs.
Yeah, we can. Let me show you the kitchen.
Okay.
You want to enjoy my sofa?
Yes, I do. I do. It actually looks cozy.
Yes, it is.
Oh wow. You could sleep here, take a nap, even spend the night here.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
and I think it's even spacious for family gatherings.
Exactly.
And all. Okay, so a space like what was the space?
So this is about 30 square meters here.
Okay.
For the dining and then the living area.
All right. That's nice. Let's move on to the next. I can't wait to see what you have in store.
Oh, okay. So let me show you what we have here on the ground floor.
Okay.
So we have a guest washroom to your left.
This is it?
Yes.
Okay.
And a guest washroom here.
Oh, okay.
Very beautiful.
Well, this is what some people call the powder room, I guess.
Yes, the powder room, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Let me have a look at it.
Yes.
Okay, it's quite spacious. Not really small.
Yes.
You know, the door is deceptive. It looks quite tiny. So yes, yeah. So next, I see the kitchen.
That's the kitchen.
Okay.
So we furnish the kitchen for you. We give you an extractor. It comes with the gas.
Oh. Wow.
Exactly, yes. So
and these are the storage spaces?
These are the storage spaces, yes.
Okay. Quite spacious.
Yes. And to your left, you have a storeroom.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a storeroom here. That houses your washing machine. And then the solar inverter is also kept in here.
Oh, okay.
If you want us to do some additions for you in terms of shelves, that can also be done. So
there's an option for renovation.
Oh yeah, I mean additions.
Okay, additions. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so where does this door lead to?
This actually takes you to the backyard.
Okay, but let's finish with the yes. Okay. So I see the same tiles you use for the hall is where you are using.
Same, we carry the same tiles
throughout every
throughout
space.
The space, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. How safe is this?
Very safe.
The glass panels.
This is about 10 mm thick glass.
Okay.
10 mm thick glass is quite tight. And then we also have the option of metal hand railing.
Okay.
So whichever one you choose, we can do that for you.
Sure.
So here is the master bedroom.
Oh.
So this is the master bedroom.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is the master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is the master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly. Yes.
Oh, well, closet. Okay, that's a queen size bed.
Yes.
Oh wow.
And then you have the washroom to your right.
Okay.
Also quite spacious. And then we give you a balcony here.
Okay. Oh.
So you can enjoy.
This one there, face me, I face you.
You can
that's nice. It's quite airy here.
Very.
Yeah.
Very airy. Yeah.
It's quite airy.
Very airy.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the washroom.
Yeah, that's the washroom. Yes.
Okay. 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 All right. So we move on to the next room.
Yes. So we have two other bedrooms, all en suite.
Okay.
So one to your right here.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
This quite smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yes. Oh, another built-in closet.
Exactly. All the rooms comes with that.
Okay. So that's the last bedroom.
That's the last bedroom. Yeah.
Okay. I see two beds.
Yes.
So for like a kid's room, right?
Room,
Children's
exactly.
room.
Yes.
Oh, well, I didn't feel all the beds.
Yes.
That's a clean space.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about the units.
Yes.
How is the units, or how are the units like? 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom?
Yes. So we start from 1 bed.
Okay.
As I showed you at the recreational area.
Yeah.
And then 2 beds. We also have 3 beds. We have some variety in the 3 beds. We have the cedar. We have another unit, another 3-bedroom known as the oak as well. Those are under construction. And then we have the 4-bedroom known as the cypress.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So,
okay.
This is the parking lot.
Oh.
The parking lot.
So how many cars can fit?
You can fit 2 cars actually.
Okay.
2 SUVs can even fit here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks small.
It's a 3.5. The average car size weight is about 2.5. So you still have space to move around.
Okay. Yeah. And the payment plan?
Yes.
Yes. How is it like? If I want to purchase?
Yes. As I indicated, I mean, we are very open. We have self-financing where we give clients up to, say, 1 year. Exactly. We also have asset mortgage. Exactly. And then when you're doing self-financing, as I indicated, I mean, within a period of, say, 6 to 1 year, I mean, we can consider that. Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean you make a lump sum in the first month?
Yes. So what we'll do
What's the percentage?
Okay. So what we do is that you do a 30%, between 30 and 40% down payment, and then the rest, if you're doing self-financing, is spread for you between 6 and 1 year. And then if you're doing a mortgage, depending on your income and your commitments, the bank can look at 80%, and you do a down payment of 20%. The bank disburses the 80% when you have made your payment, and when the house is also completed, the banks they do the payment of the 80% for you.
Oh, okay. That's
and
quite flexible.
For Ghanaians, I think you can get between 5 to 15 years on your mortgage in terms of payback period. Yeah.
So for how many homeowners do you have? Out of the 108?
Living here?
Yes, living here.
In and out, we have almost about, say, 30.
Oh.
And we have clients who live abroad, so they come in and go. And then we still have some residents also in there. Yeah.
Okay. And finally, what sets you apart? So we are going. This is still the backyard.
This is the backyard.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we should give a full tour of the house.
So one thing I need to mention is the cedar.
Okay.
It also comes with an out room. Yeah.
This is an out room. What's it for?
So if you have a house help, you can.
Okay.
The student bed can fit in here because it has its own washroom.
Oh, it has a washroom.
Exactly.
Okay.
If you want to also say set up an office space, you can also hide away from the kids.
All right. Okay. That's nice. Oh, that's fine. It's okay. Okay. So finally, whilst we are moving out of the house, what differentiates the Greens from other real estate companies?
Well, what I would say is that we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money. In terms of payment terms, we are very flexible. The construction itself, I mean, some estate developers are averse to taking people around to see the start of the construction. But we are very open. We wish that people come here to see the construction right from the onset. I mean, the convention here is that people use blocks in the foundation, but we use concrete solely for the foundation. From foundation all up, we use concrete for the foundation. In the block, we produce it ourselves just to satisfy ourselves that we are giving you quality. And then our materials are carefully sourced, from the right sources. It's not like we want to cut corners. No, we don't do that. So that is what actually set us apart from others.
Okay, but I want to take you back just slightly about the housing units. What's the range from the lowest to the highest?
Okay, so our pricing, as I indicated earlier, start from 110,000 to 262,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Prince Nyarko, for joining us on Business Moment. It's been lovely having you take us on a tour to your project and as well as the showroom house. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of another interesting conversation on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest was the Greens Estate. If you are interested in owning a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 or even 4, the right place to go is the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25. Also, if you're a business owner and you are interested in being featured on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. See the numbers below and give us a call. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media handles. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos. My name is Na Oyokwoti. Thanks for watching.
Mommy, you first you can see about Kotoso. Bepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Good morning from Zimbabwe, Harare, and this is our breakfast here. The weather is a little chilly. The sun is out. The sun is out this morning. We are about to start the day's activity. So we just have a few days here, 2 days here. So let's see what we can do within these 2 days. Today was a movie. Like at the immigration in Zimbabwe was hell.
Hi. Hi everyone. Hi. Okay, I'm out.
So guys, I'm happy to be in my 15th country, which is Zimbabwe, which is a visa-free country for Ghanaians. We are visiting a place called Mwanga Lodge, which is about 40 minutes drive from Harare. Hi guys, we are back again, Chole, right here in Harare, Zimbabwe. I'm at a place called Mwanga Lodge, and I'm about to see some animals here. And I of course you guys are coming along. This is how I look for today. I'm very happy to see these wild animals, so let's go guys. Clement, say hi.
Hi, how are you?
You're good, and you?
I'm fine. They also lay eggs, that's just like the other birds, but unlike other birds, ostriches first lay eggs before they build a nest. Other birds will build a nest, then they lay their eggs in there.
So how old are they?
These are just under a year.
But how long? Under a year, these ones?
Yes.
And how long can they live?
Oh, they can go up to around 30 or even 40.
40
years. Oh, why are you so aggressive? Take your time. Tobo.
You're hungry.
Well, the place started in the 80s, in the early 80s, with the introduction of animals. Hello, Mark. Hello, boy. How are you? Just waking up.
So that's Mark. Hi, Fluffy.
The Mark was born here, and but his parents are from Kenya.
Oh, okay.
They were taken from Masai Mara Game Park. They came here years ago. They were orphaned there in Masai. So lions mature at 3 years. Females, 2.5 to 3 years, they are ready for reproduction.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's this?
This is a bush pig.
Oh,
Bush pig. It's like a wild pig.
Yeah. Does he have a name?
His name is Trotters.
Trotters?
Yes.
How old is he?
He's 5.
Oh, okay. So he's the only one here?
He's the only one.
I've never seen a monkey this small.
It's called a marmoset monkey.
Yeah, it's not local. This one is foreign. From South America.
Guys, can you see it? This is him. He's so small and cute.
How it goes. Like,
Do they grow big? They don't grow big?
No.
That's their actual size?
Yeah, that's the other side.
Wow.
How many do you have?
These are some cute birds. Woo! I see some school kids also taking a tour here. We just ended our first part of the trip and we're about to have some coffee. So it was quite a short walk. It took us about 1 hour?
No.
Less than an hour.
About 45 minutes.
45 minutes walk, seeing the animals and enjoying nature here. So yeah, we're about to have some coffee. You are all invited. So guys, we are going for the second part of the tour on this safari car. So let's go. Woo! The next stage of our tour, we are about to canoe on this beautiful river with a beautiful view of the mountain. I have realized there are a lot of farmlands here in Harare, And so when we're coming, we sighted a lot of farmlands here, and it's such a beautiful sight. So guys, we are here at the Mvinzi River where we'll be doing canoeing. Are you excited? Very! So we are the only ones here, and this is how it looks from here. Safety first. Got my life jacket on. Thank you. Let's go, guys. Row your boat, row your boat. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is just a dream. Guys, this is how it looks like from here. It's so deep.
Can you see the bottom?
Yeah, you can see. Guys, look at this. So, what do you have in the water?
We have fish.
What type of fish?
We have the Niloticus, the bream, and the bass, we have barbel, we have carp.
Can you do it this way so that we can direct
the
here?
eel as well.
Okay.
So there's plenty of fish in here.
Are you tired?
Unfortunately, there's no crocodiles.
There's no crocodiles. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It's very unfortunate that we don't have crocodiles and hippos. So this is Mvinzi River. It's we call it Mvinzi this side. In Harare they call it Mvinzi River. And if you go to Harare, there is actually a suburb named after this river.
Wow.
It's called Amwinzidale, named after the river. So the name of Vinzi, it means if something is said, Vinza means something that leaks, that is called holes.
What's the source of this river?
The source is in Harare, in the capital, the capital city.
Wow. And how deep is this river?
Well, the deepest point is around 40 meters.
Wow.
And it's full. Right now we started receiving rain and water is slowly filling up. So I think if it continues to rain, mid-January this river will be full to the brim. Wow. And the water is used by farmers around for irrigation. On our right there, that farmer is growing avocado trees. So there's a lot of avocado trees there. So he's doing avocado and blueberries. And further down they're doing maize, wheat. Some farmers are doing tobacco. Their source of water.
The water is so fresh. Let me taste it. It's nice.
That's salt.
No, it's not salt. It's very fresh.
So, do people catch the fish?
Yes. In here.
Where? Where?
They fish from the banks. Yeah, sometimes some will bring their boats. You can fish from the boat as well.
It's not restricted.
It is restricted. You get a fisher's license, a fishing license.
Oh, okay.
You can come and fish.
spotted some zebras on our way to have lunch. We'll come back for you to have a look at them. It's so far from us. But yeah, it's very exciting. So guys, we are currently here about to have lunch at their lodge. It's so beautiful. This is how it looks like. Guys, lunch was so good. It was really nice. It's time to watch the zebras here. They are so beautiful. This place is really nice. Where are you running to? This one?
Wild beast.
Wild beast. Oh, okay. Oh, what did you say it's called? The breed between the zebra and the donkey?
It's called a zonki.
A zonki.
Yes.
Guys, this is called a zonki, the one behind the zebra. So I hope you guys enjoyed the tour as much as I enjoyed the whole experience. Special thanks to Clement. Clement, say hi.
Thank you.
Hello, Ghana.
Yeah, so whenever you come here, please look for Clement. He was so helpful. The whole experience cost us $65 each, and it was it worth it? A big yes. If you also want to come here and spend the night at their lodge, it costs $160, which also includes the drive and also the canoeing. So I hope you enjoyed my time here in Harare, Zimbabwe. Guys, I wish I could spend more days here. I've realized the country. Where are you all? I see few people. Where are you all hiding? Like, I expected to see more people in town.
They are making money.
They
are working and making money.
You guys are working. Okay. So guys, until next time. What? They are working, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
We call it Kungwava.
Kungwava?
Yes.
It means they are hiding.
They are working.
They are working.
Yes.
Kungwava.
Everybody is Kungwava.
Kungwava. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. I love you all. Thank you so much for the love and support. And guys, please, let's hit 50,000 subscribers. In fact, 100,000 before Christmas.
Hey.
I love you all.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for first transaction. What is this? Download to Lemonade Finance.